Legend behavior, legend behavior, locked in. Y'all know what time it is. Locked in. Play. I make the rules, rack up the jewels, make it look smooth. You know how I do. Running this kingdom, wish you could be. Better look up, cause that's when you see it. Give me the crown now. Cause I own the throne now. I hold the scroll now. I'm in control now. Ruling the game. I'm ruling the game. Always like that.
Hello everyone, good evening and welcome to the second round of the Balkan GT Challenge 2023. It's season 0, is our very first season of many, hopefully to come. And we're live from Suzuka. This is where the second round of this mini series, mini event, mini league, call it whatever you like, of 4 races will take place. And alongside me, with me, is Alexandru Siklovan. Alex, good evening.
Hi, good evening, everyone, and welcome back to the Balkan GT Challenge. Looking forward for this second round. Yeah, it's been a long wait, but it's been a reasonable one since real life and unfortunately real life issues have taken priority on the original date in February. Our Turkish friends have been hit by tragedy once more. You can't defy nature. You can only do what you can as human beings to mitigate the impact of such issues. But now we can resume and we can enjoy what we have started in the beginning of the year with the 3 hours of Suzuka coming up next.
Let me check. I think there might be an issue with the server. I don't know if they're restarting the server. So if you could be please kind enough and check for me, because I don't see currently any cars on the grid. I'm still in the server though, unless I joined the wrong server, although I don't think so. So if you could please have a quick look to tell me if something changed with the server status.
I am trying to do the same checks. I'm logging into the server. Yeah, I think it has been restarted.
Okay, so then should I try to log in again if it's up and running, or should I stay here?
Not yet on.
Okay, so we will stay here in the dead server before we move on to the proper one. Maybe something with the entry list or something minor technical issues at the last moment. Hopefully we'll get over it soon. And we'll be on track, getting ready for 3 hours. There will be a 10-minute session of qualifying, only 10 minutes for 30 cars. Each country is being represented by 10 cars, 10 crews. 10 crews for the Romanian league, Racing League Romania, 10 for the league from Greece F1 Action, and 10 for the Simracers Turkey League that will represent their country in the second race. We have everything prepared for you. We have the standings, we have the lineups for each team. Once I get connected to the server, we will start showing you everything. Stathis Kokorogiannis will be with us in a few minutes for the coverage of the race, along with Alex. Well, actually, you know what? Until they prepare the server, I can go through the rosters and everything, and then we can connect to the server for the qualifying when everything is ready. So let's start and see who will be racing tonight for the Greek roster. There you go. So we have changes in the lineup. We have Mitropoulos, but alongside him tonight won't be Panos Kirkos. Will be someone who is familiar, whose name is familiar to all those of you who watched the Greece versus Turkey event that we did last year. Is Yannis Kourdakis for Omega Esports. For Game Spaces Mediterranean College Esports, we have Prokos and Parthenis. For Missed Apex, we have Panagiotakopoulos and Kyriazis. For Roadrunner Vroom Vroom, we have Petsas and Kokinis. For Omega Red, the sister team of Omega Esports, we have Tasopoulos and Nikiforos. For Elasim Gold, we have Spiropoulos with Labru. For Elasim Missed Apex Racing, we have Takur with Giannakopoulos. The sister team of Roadrunner Vroom Vroom and is the Roadrunner Bip Bip with Mamoulakis and Sarantidis. Cosmos Rally Kart Academy consists of Psifidis and Kochinis. And finally, the 10th crew for the Greek squad is Siopis and Gzibovski for the team of Hellas Sim Purple. Moving on with the Turkish crew. We have Yunesio and Juveli for Sensible Racing. Dennis Bank Wildcats will be represented by Erdogan and Sarikaya. Team Anatolia will be represented by Aichicek and Ipek. Chemically team will be represented by Akar and Santas. Then we have Centur and Akaroglu for Garage 90. Akiol and Selik for Caspian Motorsport. Yuce and Euskan for Tenax Racing. Akbulut and Keskin for Aperta Motorsport, Selvi and Akbilgi for SRTR Racing Team, and Albal and Aidogan for S-Force. And finally, for the Romanian crew, for Racing League Romania, we have Simeon and Nicolae for Football Club Rapid 1923 Esports Home, and for their sister team, that it is called Away, just to have a distinction between them, is Sebastian Apostol and Miklea. For Digital Racing Squad VSG, we have Dascalescu and Grama. For Monday Racers, we have Mistreanu and Savescu. Oprea and Konstantin will be racing for Cerberus Racing Project, while Pirvu and Enache for PG Motors. Micinete and Boltasu will be racing for Wise Racing, while Digital Racing Squad AK Motorsport will be represented by Poama and Rosu. At Servio Esports will be represented by Prepelica and Tufeanu, and Kirvase and Movilla for GTS Motorsport. These are the updated rosters. There were some driver swaps during the last week due to some absences, but the crews are here. And we can see now, I believe, the standings and where everybody is standing after the first race. So here we go. Currently, the standings are being led by Football Club Rapid 1923 home team with 30 points, the Romanian crew. In the second place, we have Roadrunner Bip Bip with 24, and in the third, Roadrunner Vroom Vroom with 20 points. And in the fourth place, we have Helasim Mist Apex Racing with 18 points. Fifth is the first Turkish crew that we meet, Sensible Racing with 16 points. Sixth, Game Space Mediterranean College with 15 points. Dennis Bank Wildcats and Team Anatolia, two more Turkish teams at places 7 and 8 with 14 and 13 points respectively. And in the ninth position we have Mist Apex Sim with 12 points. Wise Racing are 10th with 11 points. 11th is Omega Red with 10 points. 12th is Digital Racing AAKM with 9 points. Cerberus Racing Project in the 13th place with 8 points. Helasim Purples in the 14th place with 7 points. 15th is Tenax Racing with 6 points. And 16th at Servio with 5 points. Moving on. We have in the 17th place Digital Racing Squad VSG with 4 points. Chemically with 3 points is standing 18th. 19th is Omega Esports having only 2 points, having achieving the fastest lap of the race, of the previous race. Caspian Motorsport is 20th with 2 points. 21st position is for Monday Racers with the last single point, while Aperta Motorsport, Football Club Rapid 1923 away team and SRTR Racing Team, S-Force, PG Motors, Helasim Colt, GTS Motorsport, Cosmos Rally Kart Academy and Garage 90 haven't scored points, and if I haven't done any mistyping, I believe Garage 90 has minus 10 points. Alex, right?
Yes, indeed. Not starting the race without confirming their presence makes them lose 10 additional points. So it's very important to be here for the 4 rounds that we have scheduled.
And let's see how is the standings for the 3 nations that compete in the Balkan GT Challenge. So, although Greece hasn't won the first race, is first in the standings with 106 points. And this happens because only the top 8 best crews are getting points, counting towards the standings for the nations competition. So they are first, the Greek squad is first, having the pole position, the very first pole position, and having achieved only the fastest lap, but they had the top 8 crews accumulating more points than the other 2 nations. So in the second position, although they won the race, Romania is second with 16 points, and Turkey is third with 54 points, but these are the standings from only one race. We have 3 more to go, and the second is tonight, a few minutes away. Alex, I don't know if the server is okay and I can try to reconnect.
In my opinion, it is. I had to restart my PC as well. Looks like everyone's got issues tonight. Some of our drivers also have issues. I know this for now. I hope for a good race, for not a lot of problems. But yes, I am on the server as we speak, and we have 23 cars already connected. So there are some crews that are in danger of that penalty of minus 10 points and other things if they don't join in the server anytime soon.
Okay, I think I made it as well, and yes, I am now in the server. So let's swap this one. Yes, now finally we can see cars waiting for the qualifying session to begin. It was supposed to start at 7:45. There is a minor delay due to some technical issues that we're facing currently. Hopefully they will overcome them soon and we can catch the action. So Alex, what is the taste that is still in your mouth from the very first race?
Well, even though it's been a while since we had that inaugural Silverstone race, I could say that I've been waiting for this second round. I would have loved to have this race, I don't know, like 5 minutes after Silverstone. It was such a lovely contest at Silverstone, and it was decided in an instant with that incident between one of the Romanian Rapid crews and Omega Esports, the leading Greek crew. There have been talks, there have been penalties. It's completely logical. We see that We have a very high level of competition since day one, and that's why I looked forward to see a new episode of this fight, and not just for first position, where I sure hope to see more than those three crews that seem to have a bit of an edge at Silverstone to the two Rapid crews plus Omega Esports Greece that could have easily won that race given their superior pace, strategy and car choice. The Porsche was more fitting than the BMW on the Silverstone track. Here we're on another track. Maybe things will change. Maybe other cars will also be taken into consideration. I'm thinking Porsche, I'm thinking McLaren or Honda. Why not? We're about to see this as cars line up for this final small practice session here. I think it's very important that those two crews, the Rapid Away team and Omega Esports, have not scored significantly. One of them was disqualified, the Romanian one. They scored absolutely zero. The other ones, as you said, Lefteris, they scored 2 points thanks to the pole position. It's still not a lot compared to what Victor Nicolae and Dragos Simeon have in the books now. Those 30 points, they don't consider themselves champions after one race. It's enough to do one mistake, one technical issue, or a string of bad races, some penalties, whatever it is, and that lead could vanish. But still, if the other crews cannot get into this mix, with just 4 rounds in this inaugural season, I would say that it's gonna be hard for the other two contenders to grasp in some points to reduce the deficit to the home Rapid crew at the current time. I think the welcome surprise of the first round has been the Roadrunner racing team. I loved the way they competed, both in the Porsche and in the Ferrari. And also I've seen a really interesting pace and strategy from two Turkish crews. Leventipek in the Ferrari drove brilliantly in my opinion, and there was also that McLaren car with Ajicek, I think.
Yeah.
No, Ajicek was with Ipek, I think. There was another car that really drove very well, really solid pace. So one thing's for sure, all three countries can expect podiums and wins in this championship. They have, I don't know, standout drivers and flagship crews that can bring in solid results. I cannot bet on anyone at the current time to say, oh, he's the favorite or the other one's the favorite.
I couldn't agree more with your points. It's a marathon, although there are only 4 races. Since we have Stathis Kokorogiannis with us, I would like to welcome him. Good afternoon, Stathis. Welcome. And I will ask the same question to you straightforward. What is the taste that you still have in your mouth from the very first race of the Balkan GT Challenge?
Well, hello everyone. I believe you can hear me loud and clear. Honestly, I couldn't wait for round 2 of the Balkan GT Championship here at Suzuka. First race was a spectacular one. It was simply amazing. We had battles throughout the field. We had drama, we had overtakes, we had small and big crashes that determined the outcome of the race. So, new rivalries were born at Silverstone, and I do hope that tonight we're gonna see an amazing race as we did in Silverstone, which seems to be something like an age ago, a millennia ago. I am thrilled. I am thrilled about tonight's race. It's 3 hours. As we well know, in endurance racing, you cannot win on lap 1, but you can lose the race on lap 1. The strategy will play a huge role. Tire preservation, fuel economy. inter-team strategies and how each team will help another team, maybe, or some teammates will assist each other in order to win the race or achieve a positive result. It's a 4-round championship. We cannot guarantee that one team will win every single race, but the certain thing is that it's gonna be simply amazing.
Tell us a bit, since we have 3 minutes something before the qualifying starts, tell us a bit about Suzuka. What should we expect in relation to GT3 cars racing in a track that, in my mind, is mainly built for F1, although that might not be right, but this is how I have connected in my mind. So what should we expect? What are the challenges in a track like Suzuka for GT3 cars?
So Suzuka is a historic track. It's a fan favorite track. It's 5.8 kilometers. There are so many amazing spots, turns in this circuit. We have the first sector, which is which consists of many curves, left, right, and it demands a lot of grip and aero efficiency from the cars. The tires will be screaming going through the curves of sector 1. We have the Degners, we have the 130R, we have every single corner for the cars to go through. There aren't many overtaking opportunities. It's turn 1 for sure. It's the loop, the hairpin, it's turn 11. I don't remember if it has a particular name. We have 130R, of course, and the last chicane. Tire degradation, I think, will be key for this race. If you can keep your tires with in a decent with decent life at the end of your stint, that may be a pivotal thing to do. And yeah, I think strategies will be more important than Silverstone on this track.
Alex,
so my bet is tire preservation.
Alex, there have been drivers that I have been talking to before the tonight's live stream, and at least from the Greek side, some of the drivers said that they're expecting the BMWs to crash this race and crash the opposition. What is your opinion about it?
Well, since us in Romania, we do have 2 leading BMWs, I know this opinion. They think our leading drivers, they think that the BMW is going to be strong, but they are worried about other cars like McLaren or Porsche. They don't see themselves as favorites in here. These can be mind games, okay, but what I do know is that we have other BMWs as well. As we can see now on the stream, we have a Turkish BMW, the number 83, up there. So there are signs of what you are saying to be absolutely true. But P2 doesn't mean much. We see the gap from Hurdakis to Güveli is quite big, so it's not a spectacular lap time until now. Now we see Delfinis also in a BMW coming in less than a second gap to P1. So maybe it's gonna be good for the BMW, but anyway, it's not gonna be disproportionate. We know the BMW very well from IGTC, and this is a track that we are using in IGTC, in SRO Esports. There is no track where the BMW has a huge advantage, let's say like a Honda would have at Spa or other situations like this.
Okay, we will have to wait and see. Qualifying will be crucial. I think it's the first complex of turns is crucial if you can manage to get away and build up a difference. But it's a 3 hours long race, and strategies will play a key factor. I still remember at Silverstone the Turkish crews that we were expecting to get much more out of the race, but at the very last laps, I can't remember how many laps before the end, they surprised us all when they started pitting again.
Yes, either because they were lacking the fuel to reach the end, or because they were reaching the end of the driving time for the second driver. I think now they know the ruling even better than the first race. There are always errors when you are faced with a new set of rules in the opening round. So now it's obvious. Let's talk about this once more. So there is a limit. We have an 180 minutes race plus what's required to finish the last lap. So maybe 181, 182 minutes. That would be the maximum. And each driver should be in the car for no more than 100 minutes. This means that you can have either a two-pit strategy with one driver going long. We saw this at Silverstone. There was the Turkish Ferrari of IPEC that attempted this in the first stint, right after the start. He qualified well, but lost a lot of positions because he was fuel saving. He was aiming for a stint that was 80 plus minutes, 82, 83, to leave his colleague with the right condition to be done. They attempted this. Some of them succeeded, some of them did not. The Romanian crews of FC Rapid, they both tried to do this long stint with fuel saving in the middle part of the Silverstone race. Both Andrei Miclea and Victor Nicolae were attempting this. The other strategy is the one that Omega Esports was attempting, a free pit strategy where you just go flat out with target stints of about 45 minutes each. Each driver going in for 2 stints. They can alternate, they can do it consecutively, but no driver can stay for more than 100 minutes. Now we started qualifying, so let's see where we are, and I can tell you already a bit of fresh information. You remember the discussions before we started the championship about what would be a suitable hour to start the race for both time zones. Romania and Greece are on the same time zone. Turkey is 1 hour later, and sometimes this time zone is still not okay for everyone. You can still have issues, stuff that you do during the day, and this impacts qualifying now because the number 23 BMW cannot attend this qualifying session. They need to alternate their drivers, so they cannot qualify with Seb Apostol as they did in Silverstone. They need to run Andrei Miclea in this qualifying session, and Andrei Miclea will not be there in time. So they'll be starting from the back.
This is one of the contenders for the win, am I right?
Yes, indeed, they were a contender for the win, and now they are forced to start from last place with Sebastian Apostol, because he's at his PC waiting for Andrei Miclea. So at the front now, let's see who else can challenge the 2 remaining cars, the leaders of the championship, Victor Nicolae and Dragoș Simion in the other Rapid BMW. And this car that we are seeing now, Yanis Hurdakis with Haris Mitropoulos in the Omega Esports team.
Well, if I am not in a BMW, and I know the BMW has a slight advantage, I would go for a different strategy. I would go full beans in qualifying, try and set the best lap possible, but in the race I would try something different if I know I am slightly at a disadvantage. But anything can happen. We know that in racing that anything can happen, and it usually does. Suzuka is such a technical circuit, and I think the presumed car advantage won't play such a big role. We're waiting for the first laps to be completed. I think
Hurdakis is coming to cross the line, and then is the finish.
Let's see Hurdakis in the Porsche. It is a 159. 58 from Takur. He's P1. Sarantidis 58.6. Grama 1.3 seconds off with in the Aston Martin. We have only 10 minutes of qualifying, so it will be crucial for the drivers to set an early lap in. They have to be very careful not to go off track limits, so they won't take any advantage and their lap won't be deleted. It's very important, and let's see who's going for 2 or 3 fast laps and how much the tires can take in this qualifying session. We have Greek teams 1, 2, 3, and 4 and 5 now, with Parthenis in P5. Nikolai is P6, 1 second behind, and we see the BMWs are 4th through 7th, and the Porsches right now dominate qualifying.
I'm looking at that Honda as well. I think they're in for a strong result. Let's see also some Ferraris there. The Greek one that was on the podium at Silverstone, the Roadrunner Ferrari, and Leven Tipek also. He can also appear very high up in the standings. I'm looking at Victor Nicolai as well. He's in some traffic. He's not in a good spot in qualifying. His first lap wasn't that solid. What can Hurdakis do about Sarantidis' time? He's on an improvement now, coming up to the final chicane. Let's see whether Hurdakis can go up. It doesn't seem so. Maybe a 10th won't bring him any position. He's trying to,
it's gonna be close.
Be as narrow as possible. Is it an improvement? No, it's not. Oh, it is. It is.
Yes, it is.
It is, and he's going straight to P1. As Sarantidis goes to the pits, he's gonna be doing another attempt. Hurdakis is now again at the head of the field, placing this car where it was at Silverstone. Let's see who can challenge this. It's not Victor Nicolai in this lap. He's just preparing his next lap. He's gonna have 2 more by my calculation. He's starting his penultimate lap as we speak. Honda is still there with Takur. Nikos Takur is driving beautifully in this qualifying session, in my opinion.
Almost all the drivers have completed the lap time. The last one is Krybowski. For Elas Sim, he goes to P12. Let's see who is improving. Delphinis is improving. He's in the 2nd sector right now. So we have Hurdakis, Sarantidis, Takur, Delphinis, Parthenis, Nikolai, Labru, Oskan, Gouvelli, and Grama in the top 10. Let's don't forget that the Ferraris last time out were very fast in qualifying. I do remember that the 131, the Greek Ferrari, fell way behind at the start of the race. So let's see the qualifying pace of the Italian cars compared to the other one.
Yeah, we have not a lot of improvements as we speak. We have George Roshu finding a 10.42, but Victor Nicolai is also finding something on this lap.
Yes.
I hope that my application, my broadcasting app, is displaying properly. Hurdakis is in the pits, so this is it for him. He cannot improve on this 58.6. He will hope it's enough. Hope that nobody else can topple him. Victor Nicolai is in 7th place. It's clearly not enough for the championship leader. Let's see whether he moves any place up.
Yep, 2 positions.
Like, it's P5, still not enough. He could use some more. Takur has ended the qualifying session as well. So let's keep an eye on Sarantidis, whether his last lap can be an attack towards pole position. Either way, the first 2 rows are being dominated by the Greek contingent as of now. Victor Nicolae, George Roshu, Vasi Grama, top 3 Romanians. Top Turkish is Oskan in P10 in his Aston Martin. Let's see who else improves. I don't see anything spectacular except Victor Nicolai, 3/10 up on his previous time, so this could bring him at least 1 gained position if he manages to end this lap the way he did the first sector. which is not a guarantee. Suzuka is quite a complicated racetrack, and Sarantidis also calls it a day in qualifying, so top 3 are now spectating on the final attempts of the ones who are still on track.
There are only 5 cars that are attempting to improve their lap times. The biggest improvement of those 5 is with Victor Nicolai approaching 130 R.
It's clearly not enough to claim pole position. He's only aiming to be top BMW in this qualifying session. So in quali trim, it's obvious that the BMW doesn't have any pace advantage. We see Victor Nicolai further behind compared to where he was in Silverstone, compared to the Porsche cars. And now he crosses the line, and it's P4, 4 tenths down on Hurdakis, who is a confirmed poleman. Now I'm sure that he's gonna be the one starting from pole position. And as I said before the qualifying session, you see, it's not a given with Victor Nicolai in P4 that the championship lead from Silverstone can be easily maintained right here at Suzuka.
Sartas crosses the line for the Turkish crew, remains 21, while Konstantin remains 20th, and this concludes the qualifying at Suzuka.
Yes, Seb Apostol has been waiting in the car. I'm sure he's angry with the fact that his teammate wasn't here to do quali. He will start the race from P24. I've seen Albal connecting after Seb Apostol during the qualifying session. So we have 25 cars making up this grid. Let's see whether this BMW, which is undoubtedly fast, will attempt anything cheeky on the strategy, or if they're gonna try and be as fast as possible and give us the chance to see a lot of overtakes in the opening phase of the race.
On your screens you can see the way the cars will start this race here at Suzuka. At pole position we have Yannis Hurdakis. He took the pole position, but he doesn't have to start the race, right? It could be Haris Mitropoulos starting instead of him, if I remember correct the rules, the regulations.
Absolutely. You can swap now at the end of qualifying and start with whoever you want. Only in qualifying you are forced by the regulations to alternate the qualifying driver to see everyone in this exercise of qualifying the car.
Same goes with Sarantidis, who did the qualifying session, but his teammate Mamoulakis will be starting second alongside Mitropoulos. On the second line of the grid we have Takur. They say Honda is a very fast car on the straights, and if you noticed, the fastest 2 sectors, the middle sector and the last sector, was achieved by Takur's Honda NSX, who starts the race third. Fourth is Victor Nicolai, fifth is Delphinis, sixth is Prokos, seventh Poama. In position 8 will start the race Grama, and 9th Lambru, 10th Yuce. I think Yuce, yes, I'm not mistaken, Yuce is the only Turkish driver in the top 10. After that we have Yunescu, Savescu, Gzibowski, Petsas, Enache, Boltasu, Aichicek, Kotsinis, Nikiforos and Konstantin to bring us up to the 20th row of the grid. And then we have only 4 cars. After that it's Akar, Albal, Selvi and Sebastian Apostol in position 24, from which he will start this 3 hours long race here at Suzuka.
Yeah, I've been seeing 25 cars in quali. One of them has unfortunately dropped. I only see 24 on this grid, and yeah, I'm looking forward whether the two Porsche guys on row 1 will they collaborate. I'm sure you guys know a lot more about how friendly they are one to the other. They are not in the same team, obviously. There are a lot of rivalries brewing in the domestic leagues in all three of them. I'm sure they may be friends in real life, they may be purely rivals. What do you guys expect from Haris and Stylianos on row 1?
Well, as you said, there are rivalries in every league, but in the case of Sarantidis and Mitropoulos, it's kind of a neutral zone, not hot, not cold. And as far as we know, until the Balkan GT Challenge was about to start, all teams, they put aside their rivalries, and they actually work together, and then they helped each other with setups and everything. Up to the start of the GT Challenge. Now, after the very first race, I don't know if that changed, because it's a competition. From whichever aspect you look at it, it's a competition, and we have 24 very competitive drivers. So this is just theory. Turn 1 will tell us if we were right on theory or no, or not.
Seconds.
It's very important to realize that not just turn 1, but the first Suzuka sector is a place where you need to go from this double file that we will have at the start with all this chaos towards a single file, single line through the S's. It's gonna be really complicated. I'm sure some guys will be hung out to dry on the outside lines right after the start, and that will just raise the tension within this field. Let's see. Yeah, same car, same country. It's obvious that the collaboration went well. Looking at Greece leading the national standings, it's been obvious at Silverstone that a lot of Greek cars found themselves in the top 10 at the end of the race, despite not winning the race. They were consistent point scorers. The other two places on the podium, and another few cars in the top 10. And Greece is the first country that surpasses the 100 points mark. Of course, this will only motivate Turkish and Romanian counterparts to try and topple them in this round. The Greeks are starting very, very well, as you mentioned, Lefteris. In the top 6, we only have one intruder, one guy which is not from the Greek league, and that one is the championship leader, Victor Nicolai. What can he do in his BMW there? I'm counting on a very interesting full-out attack there in the first hour. I'm sure we will realize very fast in the upcoming minutes who's attempting this fuel-saving strategy early on, who is hiding space beyond these calculations. But even if they want to go for this two-stop strategy with fuel saving, they might not do it from the first stint. Maybe they can do it in the middle part of the race or at the final part.
Stathis, I would like to ask you to kindly check the chat of the stream, just to tell us if they can hear us properly, if they can hear the sound of the cars properly, because we didn't have any time to double check.
I think everything is fine. Everyone's awaiting the race to begin. They're as anxious as we are. Hello to everyone. Make sure you type your message on the on live chat, and also like the video and subscribe to the channel, and of course share the round 2 of Balkan GT Challenge of F1 action, so many more will come and enjoy the race. The cars are I believe they are exiting the spoon curve right now, and also I believe my connection issues are gone. It seems that I didn't miss much, as the two Porsches are aligned as third on the first row, followed by the Honda of Takur, and then 3 BMWs and 4 Aston Martins. I didn't expect that, to be honest with you. So yes, get ready for the start of the race at Suzuka. 3 hours non-stop racing, battles, drama, overtaking, hopefully not crashing. And don't forget, we have our live stewardship. And yeah, best of luck to all the teams. Make sure you don't crash, make sure you have a clean race, nobody goes off track, nobody gets a penalty for track limits, and most of all, the most important thing is to enjoy it. And let's see what awaits us as the cars are approaching the final chicane. They're exiting now and they're coming on to the main straight. If you lost connection with me, Lefteris and Alex, please.
No, you're still here. You're still here, don't worry.
Okay. 3 hours of racing. The red lights will go out, and we are racing. One driver has already got a drive-through penalty. The 2 Porsches are going line started to turn 1. Let's see. Takur is on the inside of Nikolai for 3rd place. I think everyone has gone very cleanly on turn 1. Yes, everyone. Oh, almost 3 wide at turn 3. It's a Mercedes and 2 Aston Martin and a BMW. I think it's Enake, Savescu and Guniesu. Grigbausky has a drive-through penalty in P14 right now, but up ahead Mitropoulos has already a 1 second gap to Mamoulakis and Takuris turn. 4th is the live timing sheet has changed, and I cannot see who is first and who is second. So Mitropoulos leads the race from 1-2. It are the Porsches with Takur, Nikolai, Delphinis at the loop, as Takur is already attacking Mamoulakis for 2nd place.
Yeah, there has been an incident out of Degner 2. 3 cars have hit the inside wall there. Oof. And yeah, there is extensive damage there. Sebastian Apostol couldn't fully avoid this incident. He's running still. He hasn't been spun in that incident, but he has some front end damage as we speak. He's now chasing the Roadrunner Ferrari.
Takur, yes, is making a move. Takur on 130R. Brilliant move when he overtakes Mamoulakis, who will not block the inside, to Victor Nikolai as he attacks.
The BMW got the advantage of it, and there's a touch. There's a touch between the BMW and the Porsche as they go to complete the lap 1. Mamoulakis has lost 3 places in 3 corners. Nikolai has passed him also, and he's under attack again from the 3rd BMW. What a horrendous 3-4 turns for Mamoulakis. The BMWs are on the attack from lap 1, and side by side goes Parthenis, and off the Aston Martin of George Rosu into the wall, and I think he has damage, loses many places. He's ahead or not from the Audi of the 32. No, he's behind and in front of the 131 of Kokinis, who would like to pass him, but already there is drama on the track and the BMWs on the attack. Alex.
It's been hectic. This start has been absolutely crazy. We have that drive-through for the Audi in P9. He's going to be out of the equation really soon. Everyone is trying to find their way in these early phases of the race. Haris Mitropoulos has none of it. He's not involved in any battle. Takur and Victor Nikolai are now moving up into P2 and P3, while Sebastian Apostol is continuing his progress. Now he has caught up to Tassopoulos and he's overtaking him in the spoon curve as we speak.
Yeah, nice clean move there. He climbed already 6 positions.
Yeah, we can't really discard him at the moment from the podium fight. It's obvious that even while starting last, they will fight. It's a long enough race for them to aspire to a possible podium. Will it be realistic to hope for that? We will see. It also depends on the damage that he has incurred on that BMW in lap 1.
Bahrain is attacking Mamulakis down to turn 1. Yes, and he makes the overtake. The 555 overtakes the 777 as the 923 of Grybowski has drive-through penalty. The first of the Audis out on track. Up ahead, Mitropoulos has 2.5 seconds lead over Takur, and half a second behind him is Delphinis. It's gonna be he's under enormous pressure, Takur, with the Honda. Wants to do well in with the Japanese car in the Japanese circuit.
Again, I would like to know from your prior experience, is Takur used to running this high up in the standings? Is he used to P2 in the races, or is this a bit too much for him to ask? Do you think that the pressure will get to him, or he's familiar with running in such company?
I will answer your question soon after we see what Sebastian will do with Kokinis in P17th. Right now he's chasing Kokinis. He made an attempt already, didn't work out. Again he will try at Spoon from the inside, and he forces him to open his line gently. Clean pass, a carbon move, a copy-paste move by Sebastian to gain, to gain one more position.
We were talking about Takur. I have personal experience with Takur. We were racing against each other in championship, a grid championship, where I beat him to the title 1.5 years ago, and he was from the very beginning a very, very, very fast driver. Even though we were in the silver class, we were always in top 10, top 8 and top 5. So yeah, he's a very, very fast driver, and I think Lefteris, you know him better in his current form from
he's doing brilliantly this season. Actually, he won the race this Wednesday at Bathurst. He won the race at Zandvoort last week, 2 weeks ago actually, and he came third on the second leg of Zandvoort. He's doing brilliantly with the Honda alongside with his teammate Giannakopoulos. And here at Suzuka, where we raced for the league, he was leading the race up until he did a mistake, and Mitropoulos after that couldn't be challenged. So car, talent and track are a perfect combination for Nikos Takur. Let's see where he will get him, because another copy-paste move. No, that was at the hairpin, sorry. The thing is that Apostol is now 15th with another overtake on Rosso, who will try to take it back. But this corner belongs to Sebastian, either attacking or defending. He used it brilliantly.
Takur is gaining on Mitropoulos as we speak. He has gained almost half a second on this lap only. Oh, Nikolai made a mistake at the chicane. He lost a lot of time. He was on the white line under braking. I think he touched the grass also, and his gap to Takur went up from 0.5 to 1.1.
In the meantime, Victor Nicolai also scored the fastest lap of the race. Let's pay attention to this as well. This is when the tires are quite new. This is when you can push for the fastest lap. If you are on the faster strategy, the free pit stop strategy, and judging by what I'm seeing here, I think that the top 4 cars are obviously pushing really close to the qualifying times. These are very solid lap times. They've been trading these fastest laps between Mitropoulos, Takur, and Victor Nicolae. It's obvious that they are in the same league, I would say, as raw speed. And now Victor Nicolae is edging a bit closer to Takur once more. There are small issues here, but nothing too critical. You can miss out a braking point by a meter or two. Delphinis, to me, is also doing really well to stick with Takur and Victor Nicolae. He hasn't lost a lot of time, and he's building a solid foundation for a good result here.
And Nage is closing on Dascalescu for P8. He's on the inside for the spoon curve. He makes the pass with the Mercedes on the easiest track to overtake. So, do you want track position or fight through the traffic?
It depends especially on where you are qualifying. It might get complicated to do it in the pack. If you're up front, I don't see any reason why you should attempt the two-stop strategy, or especially not start with the fuel saving stint, because even if you are two-stopping, one of the drivers will do two short stints of about 50 minutes. They are comparable with what you would do on the free stopper, so you wouldn't really necessarily see the difference. You will see it late on, and I think there was a touch there between Seb Apostol and the Honda.
Yeah, I think too. I wasn't quite sure, but I think she clipped the back of Sartas and forced him to spin on the grass.
Yeah, that will take him into the steward's office. He's had a rough day today, Sebastian. There was an international competition where both Romanian and Greek drivers took part, the Z Challenger European knockout races, and in there neither Sebastian Apostol nor Manos Gerardis from your side managed to qualify for the Hong Kong finals. But Dragos Simeon did in spectacular fashion. Just 1 hour before we went live here, we were cheering on Dragos, who managed a brilliant result.
Congratulations to him, of course.
So for P4, I think Delphinis has made a mistake because he's 4.5 seconds behind Nicola, and Parthenis is right on his tail. The 555 is attacking the 987.
Ipek, position 10, dives inside of Dascalescu. He overshoots the turn. That will give Dascalescu the opportunity to take a drag race with him up to the end of the start-finish straight.
I wouldn't bet on the Aston on a drag race. I would never bet on the Aston, and this is confirmed. The Ferrari stretches its legs on the start-finish straight.
Nicola is attacking Takur. The gap is 0.3. I think he's getting impatient. He wants to get past because Mitropoulos is now 3.5 seconds in the lead. And
that changes things. He was okay with Takur's pace as long as Takur was faster than Mitropoulos. Now he's not that happy with that.
He would like to get by as quickly as possible. Almost a touch at the hairpin. Very impressive for Nicolai to judge the situation perfectly.
Very impressive from our server admins to give us such a good server, so that this doesn't result in an unfortunate laggy crash.
Yes. Let's hope that the only internet connection issues will be from my side.
Look, those hesitations in Spoon 2 there. He's under attack. Takur must get defensive before 130R, and his line will be compromised in this corner. He needs to leave enough space for Victor Nicolae, who can do the switchback. No. Not enough traction there. He's looking at it into the chicane, but Takur brakes perfectly for that chicane. Look at the BMW, it jumps so well onto the second part of the Casio triangle, and now we're dragging on the start-finish straight. Again, Victor Nicolae is edging ever closer to Takur and attempting a move into the inside of turn 1, becomes the outside and forces the mistake into turn 2. What a lovely move. This has been absolutely spectacular. This is top quality sim racing.
Takur couldn't answer to Nicolae. Amazing overtake. He created it from the line he chose at the last chicane. He was on the slipstream of the Honda. He forced him to go wide at turn 1, and he completed an amazing overtake by losing only half a second to Mitropoulos. The gap is now 4.6 seconds between the two leaders. Now Nicolae will start and chase the leader in the number 6 Porsche, as Delphinis is closing now on Takur. I think this is the point where the tire degradation will start and come and play a role with the drivers, because the tires are not brand new and the car characteristics will change as the fuel load goes down and down and down.
Another thing that will change is the drivers who are driving the cars that you are currently watching. We have 16 minutes in this race, and we have big gaps in contrast to what we saw at Silverstone. We had a lot more cars being close to each other, fighting side by side. In 16 minutes at Suzuka, we have only a couple of battles going on in the track, which are wheel to wheel. But all this will change, because apart from the things that Stathis and Alex mentioned that play crucial part for the outcome of the race, is that the drivers that you are currently watching racing will have to give up their wheels to their teammates, and this will mix up everything.
Yep, absolutely, but it's gonna be a while until we have those driver changes. I was looking. Sebastian Apostol gets the drive-through for tagging that Honda into a spin. That one was quite obvious, unfortunately. But I was just thinking at the pace of some of the cars, whether it's already giving us some indications about alternating strategies. And the first one that crosses my mind now is Mamulakis. He was on the front row. He was squeezed a bit there in the skirmish battles after turn 1, but his pace is not spectacular as we speak. He's being attacked by Oskan 46. So I'm thinking whether the Roadrunner Porsche is maybe thinking about other things other than road pace.
Well, you have to adjust, and you will have to invent things. I mean, they do know their cars, they do know the potential of their cars, they do know the potential of their skills of their car setup, and they do know the track, and of course they do know the opposition. So if they consider that they cannot take it straight up with the opposition, then you will have to invent something, a different strategy. You will have to try something different, and I think I will agree with you that Roadrunners Beep might have something totally different in their mind from the opposition.
We'll get the responses anytime soon. In the meantime, Seb Apostol will go for the drive-through, but for now he is attacking Ciprian Dăscălescu for P10. It's gonna be an easy move on the inside of 130R, I think.
No, he lifted off. I think he knows that. He will go for the DT.
Yeah,
so why risk it?
And why make Dăscălescu lose time in the process?
Yep.
There's no point in staying for the whole 3 laps. I think Seb is going in now. Yep.
You also want to make friends while racing others on track. So if you cost somebody time and they lose maybe a place, maybe they won't be very easy on you next time. So Apostol takes the drive-through. The gap at the front is 5.1 seconds. Now
it doesn't go down. Go down. Victor Nicolae has moved past Takur, but he's not making inroads into what Haris Mitropoulos is displaying. they've been really similar on pace in the last lap. 2-minute flat by Mitropoulos, 2-minute and a 10th from Victor Nicolae on this last lap. Yeah, really close. But there is no pace advantage as we speak for the BMW. I think the comparison is really equitable, and it seems that the strategies are similar as well.
We will find out very soon. The next 40 or so minutes, Ozcan is attacking in the Tenax Racing Aston Martin. He's attacking Mamoulakis right now for P6. They are exiting the spoon curve. The sound of the Aston is lovely. Will he try the 130R? Oh, Mamoulakis changed the line.
Oh, that was dangerous.
That was very dangerous. What they did, that's unsettled the Turkish driver, who did not have the chance to attempt an overtake at the chicane. Meanwhile, Konstantin, there's a huge battle with the two McLarens and the 16 Aston Martin at the chicane. They're trying to overtake Daskalescu, Konstantin and Boltasu. One of them did. One McLaren is in front of the Aston Martin. Let's see the next one, the second one, and behind them is Kokinis in the Ferrari, the Roadrunner Ferrari. On the inside, the McLaren. Ooh, very close, sensible driving from all the cars there. Yeah, the Aston Martin seems to be struggling right now, either with high fuel load or tire degradation, even though we are 21 minutes in.
I don't think it's tire deg. It's maybe damage or a more conservative fuel calculation. I'm looking at Kokinis. He has some front damage on that Ferrari, but I will keep on having a close regard to that car, because we saw it in the end being okay, a bit lucky, but still very fast in the end to claim a podium at Silverstone. So even though it's now down to P13 in this race, you cannot discount them for a solid result given what they displayed in the opener.
They had a slow start at Silverstone and now they're outside of top 10. Let's see what the strategy will do. The last lap, Nicola and Takur were in the 59s, faster than the leader Mitropoulos, gap under 5 seconds, and I think Takur has made a mistake this lap. The gap is 2.8 to Nicola, which is very interesting. And now again for in the battle for P10. Boltasu is making the move on the inside of Daskalescu. Can he do it? Yes, he can. And let's see Kokinis in the Ferrari. He's already on the inside for turn 1 of the Aston Martin. The Aston will take the slipstream of the McLaren. They cross the start-finish line. What is Kokinis doing? Can he make the pass? No, he can't.
Seems like there's another penalty for Sebastian Apostol.
Another one.
You have the explanation from the steward's desk. I don't know what's the second incident that he was involved with. I saw that that Honda one, the drive-through seemed fitting because the Honda went straight into the wall there. But these 15 seconds, missed this incident.
We have a car in the pits, it's Guniesu, and I see a badly damaged BMW M4, the number 83. Meanwhile, Ozcan is still attacking Mamoulakis. The gap is 0.8. The Aston Martin driver hasn't been able to make a proper attack in the Porsche, as Parthenis is 2 seconds ahead of them. Very interesting race so far, and I'm really curious to see who has the most fuel in their car.
Same. It's gonna be a while since when.
Kokinis! Oh, there's a touch! There's a touch! Kokinis and Daskalescu! Daskalescu crashes with Kokinis at the spoon curve. That was unfortunate. The Ferrari was on the inside of the Aston Martin. We both lost the rear end, but the innocent victim is the Honda of Kokinis. And now, Daskalescu, where is he? What happened to Daskalescu? He crashed!
Yeah,
on the entry of 130R, left.
Yeah, Dasopoulos was in the side. I think Daskalescu was a bit too early to start his turning. Touched with the Aston Martin of Dasopoulos, and that sent him to the wall with a really bad crash and to the pits.
Ouch. Very unfortunate for the Aston Martin driver, Daskalescu. I think he's cursing his luck right now.
I think it's a shame here. I rarely criticize ACC, but this time we saw the type of contact that's so unfortunate that it doesn't really look good on camera. Yeah, it looked like a brick has hit another brick there, not a car going into a wall. It doesn't really look nice. ACC looks wonderful. Look at this sunshine. Look at the way these rays of light go through the trees there. But the contacts and especially the fact that components of the cars are not tearing apart is a bit unfortunate. It looked flat.
Yep.
And I think this is an issue that exists in all sims like R-Factor or even iRacing. There are many improvements yet to be done, but we are getting there. This is the important thing. We are getting there.
Hope so.
Now, where should we go? Mamoulakis is gaining on Parthenis, as Özcan is still less than a second behind him. He doesn't. Mamoulakis doesn't understand pressure. He doesn't know this word. It's not in his dictionary.
Yeah, you can have the whole traffic jam behind him. He doesn't care.
Yes. Let's see. It will be interesting to see the strategy of the 777. We saw them starting way behind at Silverstone, and now and they ended up in the podium, if I'm not mistaken. And now they're in a much better position, but already 20 seconds behind the leader Mitropoulos. Let's see what the strategy is for the car when will Sarantidis drive the Porsche, and how this will affect the outcome of the race.
So Victor Nicolai is still paying the price of that lowly qualifying. Were he in a better position from the grid, maybe would have been in a different situation here. But now he's been struggling to grasp every tenth and get ever closer to Haris Mitropoulos. It's down to 4.3, but it's taking him a lot of time to gain, 0.7 of a second. The gap is still very big between the Porsche and the BMW, who are stretching their legs compared to everyone else now. After Takur's mistake, he's running solitary in P3. So is Delphinis now. He doesn't have Parthenis around him anymore. So the top 5, they can focus on their pace, on their fuel calculation, on their tire degradation, on all the strategical aspects of the race as we speak. Victor Nicolai again, 2:00.1. This is a very good lap. For the first time, the gap between Haris and Victor has come below 4 seconds. It's 3.9 as we speak. So it's gonna be edging ever closer as temperatures will drop, and the sun will also go lower and lower behind the grandstands and the trees.
Parthenis and IPEC, BMW and Ferrari respectively, and an Aston Martin of Rosu are currently the cars that have managed to achieve the top speed of the race, let's say. On the speed trap, they managed to achieve 260 kilometers per hour.
Mamoulakis has got Parthenis.
Okay, three-way fight there.
Under a second. The gap was over 2 seconds, 3-4 laps ago, and now he's on the attack, Mamoulakis. Three-way fight. That will be fun. It's going to be very interesting. And for P10, Konstantin is under pressure from Boltasu, and yeah, the gap up front has gone up to 4.3.
The closest battle we have is this one between Parthenis Mamoulakis and Oskan. There's another one in P11 of Boltasu, very close to Konstantin, but let's stay here with Oskan and Mamoulakis.
Oskan has been very patient in this battle, and I think it was a good strategy because Mamoulakis was confident enough to go at his own pace and catch Parthenis. So this has benefited Oskan as well. Now he makes Mamoulakis defend into turn 1. Will he force an error into turn 2? Not the case. It's a very tight line from Mamoulakis in turns 1 and 2 there, and nowhere to go for Oskan. That's for sure. Parthenis can breathe a little bit in the current situation. And again, the gap up front is fluctuating.
Did Parthenis have a sideways? Was he drifting through the S's? Yes, I think he did, because he lost 3/10 in the past 3 corners. So yeah, the tires are complaining on the BMW, the 555 right now, and we saw from the onboard of Ozcan that Parthenis and Mamoulakis have very different lines after exiting the final chicane. This is a car characteristic and also driving proficiency and driving style.
I think Mr. Anu took the Mercedes over and he didn't do very well.
Takur is off! Takur is off at the spoon curve. He's letting Parthenis, Mamoulakis and Ozcan by. This is a huge development. Did he crash? Did he crash?
On his own? With who? What's happening in there?
He lost it. Oh, he lost it! At the spool curve on the entrance, he hit. Oh my goodness me.
And Oskan overtook Mamoulakis on 130R, and he's really close behind Parthenis now.
Okay, two places up for Oskan. He's making great progress, and he could claim a third one. It's obvious that the BMW start struggling with tire wear earlier than Porsche cars. You can see this in the battle between Haris and Victor as well up front. Again, the gap is increasing as Oskan is putting really the pressure on Parthenis there.
Takur is in the pits.
Yep. He's got damage there. He doesn't want to waste time.
He crashed heavily into the barriers, and now the Aston Martin on the inside of Parthenis. Let's go off the BMW. What's happening? What's happening to the Greek cruise? He went off Parthenis at the Dunlop curve, and now Ozcan is P4. Where did he start? Was he in the bottom place of the top 10? I don't really remember.
He was not in the top 10 for sure.
Mamoulakis attacking. Oh my goodness me, this is amazing, this is great. Mamoulakis attacking Ozcan now. Let's see, number 777 against the 37.
Beautiful fight. Yeah, he's not happy with the fact that Ozcan has passed. very late braking into spoon 1 there, and he loses the tempo. He won't be anywhere close in the draft on the back straight. He will try to claw back those few tenths. This battle is not over, that's fairly obvious, but they are both losing a lot of time to Delfinis, who becomes a clear favorite for a podium now. I couldn't have betted on a possible podium for the 987, judging by what I saw in Silverstone, but now it's obvious that they have a very solid race, and what they need to do is not imitate Parthenis and Takur and just go on with their solitary race there.
Momlex doesn't want to let Osan increase the gap. He would like to get by, but at the same time they shouldn't lose a lot of time to Delfinis for P3. Parthenis is now almost 3 seconds behind them as Boltasu is chasing Konstantin for P9. The gap is 0.3. Grzybowski is 0.2 behind Sartas. Not many battles happening on track, but the drivers are very well close between them. The gaps are small for the time being, and the gap up ahead again up to 5 seconds. It changes as the stint goes by. Track temperature 26 degrees right now. It's great for racing.
Grzybowski is really pushing hard Sartas right now. If you want to see two Audis racing, there you have it on your screen.
Apostol is catching them at the same time.
Yeah, Grzybowski served his penalty, and now he's trying to make whatever he can to climb up the rankings of the race. P16 currently.
Will he dive? Oh, Sartas was expecting a dive there. He went very defensively. And now the quick driver is in the slipstream. Let's see. 923 Audi against the 32 Audi. He wasn't close enough to dive on the inside for the spoon curve. Meanwhile, Apostol has gained 1.5 seconds in this lap alone. Yeah, the 32 is very close on the 131. On the outside, can he do it? Oh, he goes off the track. The 923, he cannot make the overtake at the chicane. And the battle continues. Now on the start-finish straight, Grzybowski. And he makes the overtake. He's on the outside of Sartas, who's braver on the brakes. The 32 Audi has the inside, almost a touch there. He tried to do the switchback, the 923 Audi, but he couldn't. And the battle continues for one more lap as the 23 BMW of Apostol is catching them.
This is what we call close racing. You can't get closer than that. Closer than that, then you get a contact.
Meanwhile, Kokinis has joined the party for P9.
Yeah, Boltashu hasn't been making that move since quite a while. He's been behind Konstantin for lap after lap after lap. Oh! And here the Audis touch. And that was an easy pass for Apostol. Yeah, he's got one. And now the other one is in close contention there. Yeah, it's a shame when it ends this way. But I think this Audi battle will resume once Seb Apostol will be past Sartas.
Boltasu is gaining on Konstantin. P10 and P9 battle. That's just the one that you have to watch right now.
Will he dive on the inside?
We left the Audis and now we're with the battle of McLarens.
Very late on the brakes, very late. Tight line at the chicane. And great exit back. They touched the McLaren goes off the track, and Coquin is the Ferrari. The Ferrari wants to take advantage of this battle of the McLarens. Let's see. Let's see
He's
who
on
has
the
a slipstream.
outside. That's not a good position there. Bottas can resume the racing line now. He's fully ahead of his rival, but he's braking very late there. There is no change of position as of now, but this battle has been, hair-raising there.
Were so polite to each other, those two McLarens on the chicane. They both of them tried to leave the space that they could.
Meanwhile, Apostol hasn't been able to overtake Sartas for P15. So
the Audi has great straight line speed and great traction. It's not easy to pass the Audi if it doesn't make a mistake. That big V10, we love the sound, and I know you Lefteris, you've had enough of Audis running at the front in previous seasons.
Yeah, exactly.
Can he do it now? I think he will set up the overtake at the Degners.
Big closing speed differential there.
Yes.
He's got a chance now.
Yes, the 32 went wide. It's at the hairpin. Oh, he defends!
Defending.
Oh, wow!
Beautiful. He has all the right to go for that defense.
Of course he does. Of course he does, and that's the cool part of it. I said it before. It's a very difficult track to overtake, and if you want to defend with your life, you can keep a faster car behind you. Now let's see if Apostol will choose to dive on the inside. He has a little bit of a gap to the Audi, so he can take the slipstream and be in a position where he can dive on the inside. Yes, he can do it now. Very late on the brakes from both of them, but the BMW has overtaken the Audi finally.
That was
This
the
is how you
perfect
do
drop
it.
pass. Yeah, I wasn't sure whether Apostol can stop the car before reaching the runoff there. This is a perfectly legitimate move. Forceful, yes, but valid.
In this kind of situations, you have to force your way through.
Oh,
Yes.
and look at the Audi battle. Not just resuming, but we have the overtake. Now Sartas loses another position to Zibowski.
He will be disappointed with that, I am pretty sure.
Yeah, this is what happens. Morale is very important, and when you lose a place, it's very possible that you might lose another one or make another mistake, because your mind is still on that lost battle.
So Coquin is right behind Constantin. He wants to get by as Boltasu is 2 seconds behind them, and Kotsinis is now attacking with the other Honda. Is attacking the McLaren. Now let's see what Coquinis can do with the Roadrunner Esports, the Vroom Vroom team. I think we have 2 different Roadrunner teams.
3 actually. The other one is Roadrunner Beep Beep, and the third one racing. Actually 4. The third one racing on the League of F1 Action on the GT3 series is the Roadrunner Zoom Zoom, and that is a nightmare for our broadcasters.
And now they found a new place to complain, the Balkan stream.
Yeah.
It's a strategy because the other teams won't know which car to complain.
It's not only the names, they kind of share similar, if not the exact same skins. So we are lucky that they chose different brands of cars at least. That helps us a bit.
Kokinis cannot get by Konstantin. And I think, did we have a change? Labro and Tassopoulos, I think.
There was a consent there. They swapped positions.
Labro went by Tassopoulos, the other 2 Aston Martins. I think we had 4 Aston Martins in the top 10. This is amazing, but now we have 1 in the top 10 and 3 outside of the top 10. This is how much a race can change things around compared to qualifying. You may, because in racing you may be good in 1 lap, but you have to be consistent and fast over a stint over 3, 4, 5, 7 hours of driving time if you want to achieve a good result.
For our leaders, both Haris Mitropoulos and Victor Nicolae made their way past several cars. Yanakopoulos, Guneishu.
Driver swap for
Mitropoulos is in the pits. First programmed, first scheduled pit stop is the one from Mitropoulos. So at the 45-minute mark, it seems that Haris Mitropoulos has ended his first stint. This looks like a free stopper until now. Let's see if he stays in the car. Delphinis is also coming in on a similar strategy, but Victor Nicolae has inherited the lead and he looks to prolong his stint. He now knows something about the opponents in terms of tactics.
Yes, but did the number 6 pit early?
I don't think so.
This is a question.
If they split their race into 4 equal segments, 4 equally fast and the best tire deg stints possible, when they did well, it looks like Haris is still in the car. Let's see whether he's gonna rejoin in traffic or not. No, it seems that he found some clear space because a lot of other cars have gone for this I don't know, textbook strategy, I would call it. Something that I don't know, has no variation. You see the 45-minute mark and you go for your first pit stop. We have Kotsinis, Boltashu, Lampro, Zibovski, Kokinis, all in the pits after Haris Mitropoulos and Delphinis, who has also remained in the car.
Pit stop time for Mitropoulos, 1 minute 4 seconds. The time that he stopped in his box was 32 seconds. Delphinis also 32 seconds stop. And yes, his total was 1 minute and 3 seconds. I see 32s for Petsas also in the 131.
Victor Nicolae responds. He's getting into the pit lane as we speak. He's doing the same strategy. He just stayed 1 lap longer. So let's see whether he rejoins in a clear space or not. Haris Mitropoulos found the gap in traffic. Victor Nicolae will also pit as we speak. Let's see if he remains in the car or if he leaves it to Dragos Simeon. I think there's an issue there. I saw the car dropping now.
Yeah.
What happened?
I don't know what happened, but it's not a good sign. It's not a good sign there.
20 seconds. 25 seconds.
Mitropoulos now is coming on the straight.
Pit stop for Mamulakis and Enake. Also 35 seconds.
Driver change. It's a slow stop. Dragos Simeon has stepped into the car following his early success from today. I told you about this. Now it's his first run here. Dragos Simeon rejoins. Okay, quite some clean air for him as well. But he's going to be behind Tassopoulos. I don't know Tassopoulos what strategy he's upon. Yeah, looks like the gap has increased between the Omega Esports leading car and the Rapid Esports. That is a net second on track despite other cars not having pitted yet.
I think Simeon has lost 3 seconds. Compared to Mitropoulos, the gap between them is now 8 seconds. It was something over 4 seconds. Let's see what stint number 2 will bring us. Ozcan is first now in the Aston Martin for 10X Racing, followed by Parthenis 7.5 seconds behind in the game space. Mediterranean College Esports, the 555 car of BMW, and now Levent Ipek for Team Anatolia Yellow is third, 7.5 seconds behind Parthenis, and now Nikolai Konstantin in the 77 McLaren is fourth. Mitropoulos, who was the leader earlier, is now fifth. Simeon has got Tassopoulos already.
Parthenis is in the pits.
And Giannakopoulos is right behind Psifidis for P13. And Parthenis is pinning now for the 555. Let's see, Simeon, will he make the overtake to Tassopoulos? He goes on the outside for the chicane. He doesn't make the pass for now. Tassopoulos doesn't pit. And now Simeon wants to get by as quickly as possible because
Tassopoulos plays the team game for Omega. He's defending like crazy. Where it's logical, he's helping Mitropoulos massively. He's in the situation to help Mitropoulos now. Why wouldn't he?
It was the other way around at Silverstone.
Yep.
And now it's payback time for the Omega team.
Yeah, 2v1. Yeah.
He's defending a lot. He's not driving. He's just defending. Oh, what happened there at the Dunlop curve?
Oh, we remember where it went, how it went.
Exactly.
At Silverstone, when defense got so hectic. But for now, it's just the beginning. It's just half a lap of defending. We went with a lot of laps of frustration in the opener before the climax.
Mitropoulos is 11 seconds ahead of them now. Before the pit stop, it was 4 between Simeon with the 19 and the 6. Oh, Tassopoulos made a mistake. He makes a mistake and the pass is complete, almost. The Aston Martin almost lost it. And now the BMW is free. The BMW is free and the gap is 12 seconds between Mitropoulos and Simeon. Now we have a straight fight between the 6 and the 19. As we saw with the pit stops, they are on a similar strategy. So the 88 gets a drive-through penalty. Konstantin pits. He was third. That's a relief for Mitropoulos because he was catching him. But I have to be honest with you, my dear co-commentators and with the live chat. I am impressed with Ozcan and Ipek. They are in the lead, and Ozcan has 30-second gap to Mitropoulos.
Yeah, they're trying something different, that's for sure. They are not reacting to those pits that were at approximately the 45-minute mark or the 15-minute mark. Yeah, what I'm looking now is whether Haris Mitropoulos can try to push and claim the fastest lap of the race in his second stint, which will be also his last stint in this race. I think he's the best placed driver and car to attempt to take that fastest lap from the championship leader, from Victor Nicolai. Will he do it? I think he has like 3 or 4 laps until tires will start to cry enough. His first flying lap has been a 59.7. His best lap has been a 59.4 in this race, whilst Victor Nicolai has dipped as low as 59.305. This is the current fastest lap of the race.
I'm guessing already Rapid has complained about the Omega team to the stewards. So the fight goes on and off the track. Giannakopoulos is behind Psifidis, the 2 Hondas. Psifidis has a drive-through. We should remember that. And where is Sarantidis? Is 7th. Sarantidis is 7th right now, 15 seconds behind Panagiotakopoulos in the 987. Missed Apex BMW. Tassopoulos continues his 5th with the Aston Martin. The other Aston Martin, the 37 of Ozcan, is 1st. 15.8 ahead of Ipek. Mitropoulos does not have to worry about traffic for now. None of the leaders.
Personal best for Mitropoulos, 59.46. So just 1/10 to be found to claim the fastest lap. It's going to be close. This is a lovely battle. So there is no disadvantage, no disparity between the cars. I would say that with a Porsche or a BMW, drivers as capable as the ones that are battling for this win can easily do what we are seeing. Yeah, it doesn't mean that there's only one car that you need to have in order to win this race.
Lesteri, maybe at the halfway point or later in the race, I would like you to tell us, if you can, the championship standings, but later in the race, please, so we can make our calculations about what's going to happen, or maybe guide me or Alex to do it ourselves if it's not very easy for you. As the leader pits, Ozcan is pitting in the 55th minute mark. So, Alex, what does this mean for the strategy of the team?
It's obvious that Ozcan will have a second stint in this race. He chose to go a little longer in this stint. He'll have a shorter one to sum up no more than 100 minutes. So he'll be up for another 45 minutes, either now or he passes on the car to his teammate who will do his stint or stints. It depends, either one long stint with fuel saving or two short ones, and then we'll see Ozcan later on. It's going to be interesting. If Ozcan stays in the car, then at the 100-minute mark we will expect that car to pit again, and we kind of know all the strategy from that vehicle. Same here. Haris Mitropoulos, what he's doing now is absolutely the same thing as we saw in Silverstone, sprinting for the first stint and the second stint, and from then on passing on the car to his teammate with a healthy lead. But we weren't in a position to understand exactly what his teammate was trying to do in Silverstone. If he was there for a short stint, two short stints, or a longer one. It seemed like two short stints there. Let's see what they are trying to do now. They still have the flexibility of going with Hurdakis for just one long stint if they consider it feasible.
Meanwhile, the fastest lap of the race has gone to Apostol, P19.23, as Petsas is attacking Pirvu for P9 right now. The Ferrari is very frustrated and wants to get by the Mercedes. I think Petsas has lost a little bit of time in the pits, even though he's ahead of Mickey Net, the McLaren, the 54. Let's see what Petsas is able to do now. And has Pirvu went to the pits? Has he pitted yet?
Yes, he did. It was Enake driving a really solid first stint up to P7 at the time, and now Adrian Pirvu is struggling a bit. There's a clearly faster Petsas behind him, and he's not as comfortable in the Merc as his teammate was. Let's see. Now there's the Ferrari attempting something on the back straight. They're approaching 130R, but he's not as close as he would like to. Maybe in the chicane. Pirvu is still ahead. Racing very close now. And yes, Silvia Mikinet will also join this battle, and he hopes to claim a scalp there, a scalp of the Mercedes, for instance. And why not the Ferrari as well? We've been talking about calculations. I think it's way too early. Okay, we can say that it seems like Haris Mitropoulos and Dragos Simeon will be first and second in this race until further tragedy might appear. For Omega, they only have 2 points from the first race, those fastest lap points. This will be their first big chunk of points in the championship. They need it, but as long as the championship leaders do not bleed a lot of points, by coming in second or something like that. Oh, there's a crash there. Okay, Mikinete stopped in time, but this is going to be a penalty for Petsas. Obviously, the car behind is the one to blame here. Another clear-cut thing there. Why not?
Yes, I think Petsas was to blame for this one, even though the Mercedes didn't leave enough space. He wasn't alongside the Mercedes to deserve more space there. So, yeah, losing a little bit of patience, not a good advice.
Let's see what Ipek does. I'm curious if he's attempting what he tried in Silverstone and failed back then. He was missing just a few minutes. I think he came in. He was attempting an 80-minute stint, a fuel-saving stint in the beginning of that British race. He didn't really manage to hit his fuel-saving marks, his fuel calculations. He had to pit one lap earlier, and that meant an extra pit stop, and a potentially great result was thrown to the bin for that car, for Team Anatolia Yellow, who are leading this race. Very unfortunate this situation, that's for sure. And it's another problem for Pervu now after that spin. Another issue in 130R, I think, for the same Mercedes number 7.
Yeah, he has lost a lot of time. He's not pitting, as the car who hit him in P9 Petsas is under enormous pressure from Mikinet in the 54 McLaren. I think Petsas does have also a lot of damage.
Yeah.
From this crash, because they had two contacts, the initial one, and after the Mercedes got spun around, the Ferrari hit him to so it can get out of the way effectively. Mitropoulos is gaining on Ipek. Gap is now 3.7, 3.8. He's getting
That's
around.
not gonna be a contest, that's for sure. Ipek has his mind set on his strategy there. He's doing 201s, no possibility for him to even fight. Mitropoulos, his pace is already edging towards the 2-minute mark, so his chance of scoring the fastest lap in this race, I think, is gone. This team can only score it with Hurdakis. If Hurdakis will go for 2 short stints. If he goes for a long one, then it's out of the question. But it's interesting that Apostol took this fastest lap from Victor Nicolae. He went as low as 159.1, which is 2 tenths lower than what 2 tenths better than what Victor Nicolae did. Victor will be able to respond later in this race. Why not? Andrei Mikle as well, Hurdakis as well. So this fight is still on. 2 precious points there.
There was a battle for P15. Grybowski got by Oprea, who is under pressure from the 59, and the 32 Audi also is joining up the fight. I don't know if the McLaren, the 77 McLaren, has damage. This is why it's struggling a lot. Sefidis in the 88 is catching Pirvu in the Mercedes. Mikinet still cannot get by. Petsas. Mitropoulos now 2 seconds behind Ipek. It will be important to see how if Mitropoulos loses time to Simeon. The gap is 15 seconds. Mitropoulos doing a great job for the time being. But let's see if the 19 has an alternative strategy compared to the number 6.
I wouldn't say so. I mean, the lap times of Dragoș Simeon, it's 2-minute flat, 2:00.0, which is clearly not a lap that's that's as slow as you would need to fuel save. I think the strategy is quite similar for these top two crews, and thus the pace advantage of Omega Esports is absolutely real. They cannot expect any surprise. The surprise, it's not a surprise to see Petsas getting a drive-through there either. It may be a bit harsh drive-through, but yeah, it is what it is. We're not here to commentate on the good job that our stewards, our live stewarding team is doing. Harsh is good when you're trying to educate clean racing. So there's another drive-through, just as you saw with Apostle earlier on. Now Petsas gets the same measurement for his offense.
So Mitropoulos now 0.8 behind Tipek. I think the drive-through is justified if the damage done in the Mercedes is big. So yeah, I can understand the point of the stewards, and I tend to agree with the decision. 0.6 to 0.7 the gap. The Porsche is not the fastest one on the straights. I think we all know that, but the Ferrari is very strong on the straights. I think the 131 hit 261 earlier. What has Mitropoulos done? Mitropoulos has done 248. The IPEC is 254, 6 kilometers the top speed of the two cars. So that means Mitropoulos must find a way to get by the Ferrari, which is on all tires, used tires, low on fuel. But yeah, it won't be easy for the Omega driver.
I think it will be quite easy. Just look at the difference. Oh, he's squeezing. There's a touch. Yeah, that's an innocuous touch. Levent Ipek did very, very well to control that car. Were he to lose it, it would have been a clear-cut penalty for Haris Mitropoulos. This way, Levent Ipek makes it a gift for Mitropoulos there by not spinning his car. 2 wheels off the race course. A lot of opposite lock there. And look at that Ferrari not losing a lot of time. I think, I don't know, it's not a racing incident, it's obvious, but this will be a minimal penalty for Mitropoulos because Ipek is still there, still fighting, still alive.
The touch wasn't big, but what I was more impressed was the difference in the grip between these two cars.
Yeah.
The difference was, I think this should be taken into account. The grip difference, how fast a car can take that particular corner. I think Ipek should have been maybe more cautious. Of course, Mitropoulos should have been more cautious about this, but I think the stewards will be linear to Mitropoulos and the Omega team. First of all, because there wasn't a big crash like the 131 and the Mercedes of the number 7 Mercedes as Ipek goes into the pits, and yeah,
this
the
is
crash wasn't big.
surprising.
Let's see. The stewards will decide. We're just here to commentate. We don't judge, of course. It's gonna be interesting, but I think Team Anatolia will surely report the incident because Ipek lost 3 seconds, something like that.
I can tell you that Ipek wasn't, in my calculation, in my book here, expected to stop now. I was really thinking that he wants to stretch this stint.
Yeah.
And now I think that what he's doing, this was a very short pit stop.
Very short.
This was just a splash and dash. He's still on used rubber. He will stay there up until the 80-minute mark, but he couldn't make it with the fuel that was in the car. He knew this. Came in for a splash and dash, and this is the minimal time lost that he could squeeze in from this Ferrari.
41 seconds, the fastest pit stop we had today. Only 10 seconds stationary for the number 95 Ferrari. Yeah. I don't think he took tires.
No, it's impossible. Tires take 30 seconds.
Okay.
You cannot do it faster. It's just fuel to make him last until the 80th minute. I mean, he's gonna be there in I think 10 minutes or so.
So he has 2 more stops to go as the others, but he's on a different strategy.
Yep.
And let's see, he will pit maybe earlier than his rivals, which is weird. But this is the nature of this race and championship. Tassopoulos still out. The 999 of the Omega, 134 Omega. The only car that hasn't visited the pits so far, 1 hour and 10 minutes into the race. Now, it will be interesting also to follow the lap times of Mitropoulos. He lost almost 2 tenths on the last lap.
He lost a lot more in traffic behind Ipek, and in that battle he lost almost 2 seconds there. Gap was like... Well, Seb Apostols is also on the move. He moved past Achar and he's now attacking Spiropoulos. He had a lot of battles. I think if we're gonna count back all the overtakes that Seb Apostol did in this race, there are a lot, like 20 overtakes at the minimum up until now in 1 hour and 10.
Very nice overtake.
I'm starting showing replays of Seb's overtakes.
Yeah, we don't need to try and convince people that they were more than reality. He's doing enough moves, and he still has a few cars just spread out there every 5 or 6 seconds. He's gonna find another one, and his pace is very good in this second stint.
Yeah,
so he's clearly moving towards a top 10 finish, maybe.
It's a shame that they couldn't start the race further up as they would have, but at least I'm sure that they're not getting bored of this race. Always in action.
Oh, what was that? Was that Spiropoulos? Yes, Tsar went by Spiropoulos after the Dunlop curve as the sun has gone down. Are we gonna finish the race in total darkness?
Wait, let's see Psifidis first at P20 against Pirvu. They're side by side. There is some room there to place the nose of the Honda, but not enough to overtake.
So unlucky the Mercedes. It was in top 10 and now it's fighting to stay in the top 20.
Yeah, it was an unfortunate contact there, ruining their race. But there was also a difference between how composed Enake was in the first stint and this more stressful situation that Pirvo found himself in.
She feels almost landing to the back of the Mercedes there.
It took like ages for Pirvo to get out of the corner there. He somehow lost his grip and he had to slow down even further to find it again.
It was weird. We were watching it from the onboard of the Honda. I think the Honda it's faster at this point of the race. Still, Tassopoulos hasn't made a pit stop.
Yeah, he's clearly aiming for the 80-minute mark. He's been racing for 73 to 74 minutes now, so he's going well. This is gonna be a 2-stop strategy from that 999 Aston Martin. He's leaving his teammate with 2 about 50-minute stints, 2 fast stints. Ooh. This has been the hard part of the equation. This battle rages on between Pirvo and Psifidis, and behind them a few seconds back, if they're gonna keep on fighting, it's very important whether Psifidis can move past Pirvo before Haris Mitropoulos joins in. It's essential how you catch traffic. If you catch the cars one by one or in a battle, Haris hopes for the Honda to make that move, to find cars one by one, spread out, easy to navigate through, because he's like 2 or 3 seconds behind this battle.
He will catch them very soon. The Mercedes is very slow in the corners, but it has great acceleration and top end speed. Grybowski is also pushing Guniesu for P12.
He'll have company soon. Right behind, we can see Sebapostol joining in this battle.
Oh, both are, they're both out. They both went off the track there. That was entertaining. So we have the first Greek drivers in first place of in the race. The first Romanian crew is P2 and the first Turkish crew is P6. Indeed. As of now. Pit stop. Who's in the pits?
There's a hit.
No! Right in front of the leader! Right in front of the leader! Oh my goodness me! Mitropoulos avoided both of them brilliantly.
There. He found the space necessary just to squeeze in a car there. He had to brake a little bit. He lost a few tenths there, but that damage was minimal to Haris Mitropoulos. It was awesome for him, the fact that there was room between those two cars for him to get past.
That must have been scary. That must have been very, very, very scary.
Yeah, he lost a second to Dragos Simeon. This is, I don't know, the glass half full.
Oh, Apostol makes a move on the inside of Grybowski at the hairpin. The BMW overtakes the Audi for P13. It's battle, and now the 23.
Is again with Pirivu. Oh, that was again very close.
This is not an overtaking sport.
Oh, and again.
Oh no.
He's waiting for him, and now Dragos Simeon arrives on the scene.
He doesn't want to continue. Yeah. Sifidis made a mistake, but he was gentleman enough to wait.
I'm sure
went to the pits. Yeah, with all the damage, Sifidis has nothing else to do but to continue, incur his penalty, and move forward in this race.
Yeah, I guess he's thinking, if I knew that you were gonna quit, I wouldn't have waited.
Yeah.
How many times did the number 7 got hit? Very unfortunate.
Now it looks like we have a lot of action all across the field. We're switching from one battle to the other with lap traffic, with direct fights, with everything around here. This second hour of the race is very, very entertaining. Despite not having a battle for the lead, now we have Tassopoulos being overtaken by Sarantidis. Again, he needs to squeeze in a couple more minutes, like I think 2 or 3 laps. He still needs to be on track to make this strategy work, and from then on he'll be on par with the other cars, whilst Sebapostol is now chasing Guneshu in a sister BMW. Again, he's lining up an overtake, maybe in the hairpin.
Can he do it as he did a lap ago to Grybowski? No, he cannot do it. You talked about Sarantidis a bit earlier. He's the man on a move. He's 7 seconds behind Panagiotakopoulos for the last place on the podium.
Yeah, that's a direct fight. Same strategy, different cars. Again, a BMW versus Porsche fight, just as we have for P1. If you can call it a fight when you're 12 seconds adrift, but still, he has a chance. Sarantidis is clearly into this fight.
Apostol will go on the inside of Guniesu at the 130R. No, he backed off. He backed off in the last moment and lost a lot of momentum.
Sifidis makes a mistake in Degner 2 and teleports himself to the pits. So will we lose another car here? Let's see why he decided to do so.
Also, there is a huge battle for P6. Ipek versus Yuce.
Again, Ipek on worn tires.
Oh, wow, Sebastian! Yeah, amazing move, gutsy move. He didn't like it, Junias, very much. He had to yield there. He forced him to yield. You either yield or there will be a bad ending for both of us. Brave move there.
Yeah, I think Apostol is in a position where he has almost nothing to lose in this race. He's fighting for a few points there. He's got a few penalties. He's got that botched qualifying by his teammate. Now he's gonna do these do or die moves. Yeah, a lot of risks being taken in such situations, I'd say.
Change for P6. Yuts is now in front of Ipek. Ipek let him by. The Ferrari let the Aston by. Different strategy, as Alex said earlier. And let's see where the Aston Martin, what the Aston Martin can do.
Careful. Tassopoulos is going into the pits as we speak. Careful, I think he should have squeezed one more lap. It's at the limit now. He's gonna pass the car to his teammate, who will have another pit stop to do, and it's gonna be really close to the 100-minute mark, because you don't know where you're gonna end behind the eventual race winner. You might waste 30 seconds, 1 minute until you cross the line. It's gonna be really tight. Let's be careful for this team where they end up at the end of this race, because they might be in a bit of trouble there.
Yes, indeed, the 999, they are already in P10.
I'm expecting Ipek, who is staying for one more lap, to do the smart thing and have a buffer there of one extra lap. I think that Ferrari will be pitting next time around. He did his part there, and now Ipek is in a safe spot, but Christos Nikiforos, not so sure.
1 hour 38 and 50.
I think it's gonna be okay, because I don't know if we're counting the time that we're spending in the next pit. It's gonna reset only when he's at pit out, but he's not moving now. So why make calculations about the strategy if Nikiforos is still stationary despite the 30 minutes having passed? Unfortunate, very unfortunate, but this car drops out of contention, and they were in a fight, I would say, for a net P5 in this race.
They are almost 2 minutes into the pits.
Yeah.
Something has gone very wrong there for Christos Nikiforos. And the Omega Red, 2 minutes into the pits. Now something is terrible. It has gone terribly wrong. 1 minute 45, the stop time. Yeah, something has gone.
Ipek is in the pits, right as expected. In the meantime, as you were saying, Sarantidis keeps on edging ever closer to Panayotopoulos. Under 7 seconds now. On the last lap, he has gained another 3/10. So things are shaping out nicely again for the Roadrunner team, especially this side of the garage, since Petsas got that drive-through and is still relegated to P16 at the moment.
We still haven't seen if there will be a penalty for Mitropoulos, and I'm guessing that either, well, actually, I believe that maybe the Turkish team didn't report it, because as far as I know, if I'm not mistaken, live stewards only examine incidents that are reported to them by the teams.
I don't know, I think they're watching the race as well, so if there's something really obvious, especially where they may be watching our stream, hello to all the stewards. I don't know, honestly, if we're expecting them to take a decision, but even if it's no further action, if it's being called a racing incident, yeah, we would like to know that.
Yeah, so if they're watching the stream, it would be nice to type something about what we saw that happened, so that we give an explanation to the people who were watching.
Gap between first and second remains at 12 seconds since quite a while, since those incidents that happened right in front of Haris Mitropoulos. Dragos Simeon has been matching his rival's pace So there's no clear direction of this gap increasing or decreasing. Whilst in the battle for P3, there's a clear tendency of Sarantidis catching up to P3. We have a lot of other pit stops going on. Guneishu, Akbilji, Selvi also in the pits. Many guys opting to do their second stop as we are approaching the halfway point of this race.
.5 now Sarantidis behind Panagiotakopoulos.
I'll be keeping an eye.
5-second penalty.
Yeah, but 7. He hasn't been moving since quite a while. I would say that now the man on the move and the fast driver from Silverstone that I've been keeping under the radar is Volkan Ajicek. He got the car from EPEC. He's now down to P15, but he will be able to split the rest of the race into two more or less equal stints, and he will be pushing his way further up in that Team Anatolia yellow Ferrari. He's clearly a driver of some caliber. So just as we watched Sebastian Apostol making his way through a pack that had a pace difference compared to him, the same I would say about Ajicek. He's in the mix with somehow slower drivers now, so expect him to move up.
So Ajicek has one more stop to go. Everyone else has 2. We are approaching the halfway mark, and we're expecting
Nikiforos also has one more stop to do, but his last stop has been a disaster. So.
Yeah, he's way out of contention. Ajicek wants to get by Oprea as fast as possible. The blue McLaren is
slow but defending. Yeah, he parks it. Yeah, he parks it on the inside of the hairpin, and this frustrates his opponent. He needs to wait for a couple of more corners. Let's see if the spoon curve can be an opportunity. Again, if Oprea takes that defensive line and stays there, he's going to be postponing this move once more. There's nothing that Ajicek can do here, except now a better reacceleration. Yeah, he prepared well for this back straight, and I think Oprea will yield before 130R. He won't risk this move. Let's see how ambitious he is. No, he yields, and that's the safe thing to do when you're approaching that car.
Geragopoulos is in the pits right now. The 213. These triple-digit numbers will never get old in this series. Let's see where he will end up.
I might say that this is only happening for the Greek contingent. I think they love triple digits. I'm looking at on the tower, and there's only Greek people picking those numbers, and a lot of them. So maybe you know more of the background story, why they love them so much. I would understand if you're in a Porsche and you wanna take, I don't know, a 911 or 992 or some other symbol of Porsche to take it as a triple digit. But as for the rest, if it has any significance for them and it makes them race better with their I don't know, favorite number, then we're fine.
Honestly, no idea. If I had to choose a number, I would choose the number 74. But yeah, you see the 987, 777, 555, 999, and a 6. It's a little bit bizarre what's going on with the numbers of the Greek teams, but you know, it's easy to recognize them in the tower. So for our viewers also, if they want to see where the Greek crews, the Greek teams are, they
look at the triple digits.
Exactly.
Or the single digits, because there's only Haris in single digits.
Yes.
Yeah, look at Apostol. It's the midpoint of the race, and he calls it a day. It's enough for him. He'll be passing the car to Andrei Miklak, who has finally arrived on the scene. Let's see what he can do. Yeah, Seb has raced for 90 minutes. It's another 90 for Andrei Mikla, the man who has been in the wars at Silverstone. Now he's not gonna be fighting for victory. Will this change his approach? I don't know. He's gonna be in some battles, that's for sure, because that car is off position, is still in the pack, which means that we'll see how Mikla will behave with other cars around. In the meantime, Sarantidis is edging even closer with a 2-minute 00.7 last time around, whilst Panayotakopoulos is in the 201 since quite a while. Let's see what happens there as well. 4 seconds is the gap between third and fourth on the road now, and in P5 we have the best placed Turkish crew with Yüce, but he's not very close to the podium potential position.
So Mikla has returned to the track behind a
P3.
BMW.
Okay, he's gonna try and unlap himself, because ahead of him is the P3 BMW, which we were just saying is quite slow at the moment. Mikla is on new tires. He's gonna have an advantage here, and he's gonna probably make the P3 car lose even more time in his battle with Sarantidis. Sarantidis can smile as he sees Mikla in a position to attack that P3 car, and that attack will come sooner rather than later. Looks so.
This is the worst possible scenario for Panayotakopoulos, because he's losing time. He will lose time if he's attacked by the 23 BMW. Sarantidis is closing by 3/10 a lap. Oh, the race leader in the pits.
Yes. He calls it a day as well. He finished 2 beautiful stints. He benefited from a slower pit stop, but he had a lot of stress there with traffic ahead of him. Solid race. He gives the car in a very good position to his teammate, to his new teammate. He needs to finish the job here. Let's see how he feels like. Almost a crash there between Mikla and the pitting Panayotakopoulos.
That was scary.
That was scary indeed.
Sarantidis has gone by. He will be in second place. I think Mamulakis pitted 2 laps after Mitropoulos in the first Porsche.
Either way, looks like the same strategy there. Everybody's up for the fastest stints for the free stopping strategy. Yeah. Except, of course, IG check.
Yes, Hurdakis has returned to the track in P4, I believe, behind the 37 Aston Martin.
Let's see if he's in traffic. Yeah, there is some traffic there. There are Savescu and the Lampro ahead of Yanis Hurdakis. He will have to manage these 2 overtakes, and anytime soon we'll be expecting the number 19 BMW of Dragos Simeon to head towards the pit lane as well.
It'll be interesting to see if Simeon has saved a bit of fuel, because they pitted 1 lap apart.
Yeah, 1 lap later. Yeah. And it looks, let's see if he's coming into the pits now.
Yes, he is.
Yes, he is. So same stint length, their second stints. Dragos Simeon and Haris Mitropoulos have stayed for the same amount of laps the second time around, which is 22 laps.
Let's see now how much time stationary will be the number 19, the championship leaders.
Okay, you have your stopwatch on that. I'm looking at Hurdakis, how he's managing traffic ahead of him. As I said, Dimitris Lampru is the first car he's gonna catch. Sarantidis is also in the pits, so that battle will resume as well between him and Delphinis for P3. As of now, Hurdakis still has those two cars ahead of him. He's gonna clearly rejoin ahead of Simeon.
35 seconds.
Again, a slow stop.
Yes, Hurdakis was 31. So 4 seconds.
With another 3 from the first pit stop. Yeah. It's
1
obvious.
minute. 1 minute 3 for Hurdakis. 1 minute 6 for Simeon. So 3 seconds more for the 19 in the pits compared to the number 6. And the gap seems to be bigger.
Yes, and the interesting
A
part
lot
is
bigger.
that Simeon remains in the car. As we speak, Simeon is still in the car. Andrei Miclea moves past Alex Poama. A few seconds ago, this move has been completed. But yeah, Dragos Simeon remains in the car, which means that Victor Nicolai will finish this race. The gap currently is 16.5, so yeah, a net 4-second loss. It's the one that you have calculated there. It's been reflected here. So now Juce is leading this race, but we're waiting on him to pit.
They did last time out. How much was it? 1 hour and around 10 minutes. 1 hour. They were 10th in the grid. Now they are first.
Yep. Let's see what kind of pace can Hurdakis produce if he can attack that fastest lap. If that was inaccessible for Mitropoulos, I tend to doubt it. But yeah, maybe if you have more confidence in Hurdakis to be even faster than Mitropoulos, then it's clear that we don't really have a fight for P1 in this race. Oh, there's an issue there. No, there was Kokinis exiting the pit lane really slow and leaving everyone as predictable as he could. Risky move there in turn 1.
Mamlakis has returned in the 777 as has Delphinis in the 987 BMW. The gap is 3 seconds. And Aicicek is 16 seconds behind them. So this is a good battle for effectively P3 in the race.
Yes, and I'm betting on Aicicek to keep on pushing there. Basically now almost I think everyone except Juce, who is still a duo pit stop. We don't know exactly when. All the other cars are on a similar strategy. Aicicek still needs to pit once. Everyone else ahead of him, Hurdakis, Simeon, Delphinis and Mamulakis, are in the same situation. Okay, Aicicek now has his tires are a bit more used, but it's not dramatic. It's manageable, and by comparison, I think Aicicek can still squeeze in and try to reduce this gap to Delphinis and Mamulakis. He is still doing so despite having worn rubber. The gap is decreasing between Mamulakis and Aicicek. Let's just remember
Mamulakis has gone off.
Yeah.
Mamulakis is off.
Mamulakis is off, and yeah, this is another position that's been almost gifted. It's damaged there. There was contact with the wall as well, I think.
After Degner 2. Yes, there is visible damage in the Porsche, the 777. And now Aicicek smells a potential top 5, but I would like to ask you, how many more pit stops does Juce have?
I don't know. I don't remember. I will make some calculations and come back. I need to rewind the stream a bit. and see the story of the 37. Give me a minute or two, and I'll tell you.
If they can do one more pit stop, if the stint time allows it, then they're in contention for a top 3 finish. The 37. Delphinis is half a minute behind Simeon. This is going to be very, very interesting for the rest of the race. I am pretty sure in terms of how much fuel can go into the car. They can do 2 stops, but there's a 100-minute rule.
Mamulakis
maximum
is in the pit.
in time. Mamulakis pits.
So definitely some serious damage there, I guess.
Hurdakis about to regain first place. He's behind Yuce. He's taking more than 1 second per lap from the 37. I think Simeon will settle for P2, the number 19, unless something happens to the number 6. I don't think, given their win at Silverstone, they will push hard to take the victory. Now let's see where Yuce doesn't pit. 1 hour and less than 80 minutes to go. So Alex,
to me it's quite clear. Yeah, I have found. So Ozkan made 55 minutes first stint when he passed on the car to Yuce, who is clearly now attempting to extend this period. He will try, I think, to do that 80-minute stint. It's still unclear. They can still go for 1 or 2 pit stops. But looking at how Yuce has been caught by Hurdakis, I would say that that's the case. They're trying to extend this stint and have 1 more pit stop in the end.
He was stationary for 36 seconds, the Aston Martin.
Yeah, of course. Yeah, they changed tires and drivers.
Takur had another contact. I think it was with Oprea there. While Hurdakis now is attacking the leader, Yuce.
Hurdakis is very close. He almost bumped into the Aston Martin. Can he go on the inside at the Spoon? No, he can't. For now, let's see his exit from Spoon. No, too much understeer. Too much understeer. Very close to the rear diffuser of the Aston. I wonder if he will go for the overtake at the chicane. He's choosing different line so he can show his headlights to the car ahead. He's losing time right now.
Yeah, he is.
Gap under 16 seconds to Simeon. Under 16 seconds. So how much Yuce needs to do? 17 more minutes?
No, a lot more than that. 32 more minutes.
32, okay.
Yeah, Ozkan did 55, so he can do a maximum of the last 45. He cannot overcome 100 minutes. So until we reach 45 minutes remaining, we shouldn't be expecting Yuce to come in. We should expect him to suffer on worn tires, and this is exactly what we are seeing now.
If you have 30 more minutes and you're already suffering, he's in 2 minutes 1.5.
Yeah, it's really hard. It's really hard what he's attempting. I hope that he doesn't also need a splash and dash. I hope that the fuel calculations prove that you can do it. Remember that EPEC wasn't able to do it. But another Aston, that Greek Aston that had an issue in the pits, Nikiforos' colleague, was able to run 80 minutes in the Aston, which means Samed Yuce can also try to do it. It's been proven, it's feasible, which means to me that he will not be willing to fight that hard there in this situation.
Parthenis is also at the back of fights check for P5 all of a sudden. I think Aichicek must have some sort of an issue. I think he must have lost time somewhere because Parthenis wasn't so close to him. Still, Hurdakis cannot get by Yuce. I think the 37 of Tenax Racing must be looking at P4 of Delphins. The gap is 45 seconds.
Yep.
Can they keep it up with worn tires and lose less than 45 seconds? Then I think they should go for the two-stopper. Let's see that this lap was 2 minutes 1.2.
Yeah, they have obviously committed to a strategy now. They need to make it work. He's been making this effort since quite a while, Samet Yuce, of fuel saving. Oh, a drive-through for Mikla. What has happened there? Another one, the second drive-through, the third penalty for this car.
They're competing with Ocon.
This is what I had in my mind.
Hurdakis made the move.
He made the move exactly where Harris has touched the Ferrari. Now it's been proven that that tight line with the grip differential can work, and it did work. What is the net loss of Hurdakis? Let's see where Simeon is now. How much he has gained whilst Hurdakis was stuck behind Yuce. Okay, it's 13.4 from 16 seconds. So a net loss of more than 2 seconds for our leader.
Yes, but then again, I am not sure that the number 19 will push more than they should for the win. I think if the pace of the 6 drops or makes a mistake or has some sort of a problem, then they will try and win. But it's still too early in the race, even though we are already in 1 hour 45-minute mark. Drive through track limits the 23.
Yep.
So it wasn't for an incident on track. Yes, of course, all the drivers and teams must be very careful with track limits. It's very easy to go outside of them and gain an advantage and subsequently take a drive-through penalty. This, I think, will be very bad for their top 10 chances. The 23 of Mikla. They do have the fastest lap right now. The 777 of Mamlakis, the second Porsche, outside of top 15, 2 laps down, 14 seconds behind Kokinis in the sister car. So not a good day in the office for Roadrunner.
Yeah, for both of the teams that they're leading the championship. You can see the top 5 standings on your screens, and you can see where they are right now.
Already the gap is over 3 seconds between Yuce and Simeon. And let's see if Yuce enters the pits before Simeon catches him. And maybe if Simeon catches him before Yuce pits, then let's see how much time he will lose compared to Hurdakis.
Yep. Okay, the last lap of Yuce has been a 2:03, but that was the lap with the fight against Hurdakis. You can't really make any assumptions on that lap. Let's see, this lap he's being caught up by Lampru now and Kokinis, who are in between Yuce and Simeon as we speak. Lap cars may interfere with Yuce's plan as well. He would like to have a clear run there. Oh, he's going for the pits. He aborts this crazy idea of making it a 2-stopper. So this is not the last stop of this car. He can discard it from a podium fight this way, that's for sure. Both Yuce and his teammate Oskan cannot drive until the end. neither one of them. They need to still be in the car. One stint for one and one stint for the other driver.
Poama versus Oprea for P10. McLaren versus Aston Martin. We've seen the pace of the Aston so far today. Oh, almost outside of the white line, and not from the outside. This will be a beautiful move. Beautiful move as the 2-1-3 takes a drive-through penalty. Nico Stakur, the Honda, the fastest Honda of the race. Beautiful move by Poama for P10, which will transform into a P8 when the two cars ahead pit for the drive-through, and Parthenis attacking Ajicek from the outside, the BMW on the Ferrari at turn 1. He goes for it, he doesn't make the pass. Mikla goes in for the drive-through.
Gets one too.
Is Takur pitting? Yes, he's also pitting. You chase before. Oh, this is before, not bad. And yes, Ajicek must have done some sort of a mistake because he was in front of the Aston Martin of the 37 before the pit stop. Something must have gone terribly wrong for the Ferrari.
Yeah, this battle rages on. Ajicek versus Parthenis. Juche now is in P4, which means that this is their net position. Now everyone needs to stop once more, and Juche clearly has the freshest rubber. 8 seconds behind their finish. I think they're in for the podium.
Depends also on their pace. Juche did an amazing job, brilliant job from the Turkish driver.
Did you have the stopwatch on this stop? I'm curious whether they switched. They just did a splash and dash because they couldn't manage.
They did a splash and dash. 15 seconds stationary, 47 in total.
Then we see the gap will continue to increase because he's on used rubber. So it's not that great for Juche.
Parthenis wants to overtake Ajicek. Something is wrong with this Ferrari. I am on board right now with the BMW, and I see the movement of the Ferrari, and it's not good. Something is wrong. Something is wrong. It's struggling. Ajicek is struggling. Parthenis is waiting and wants to have half a chance. Half a chance he wants.
There's no one from behind. There are big gaps to Boltashu, and then Poama and Oprea, and Siopis joining in that fight. Let's see. Yeah, he's already passed Radesh Poama and up into P9, and so is Andrei Mikla. Again, a beautiful move, just like his colleague did in turn 1, ahead of the leader. Once again, we have two cars that were very, very close, too close for comfort in Silverstone, close on track. The Omega Esports leading car and Andrei Mikla.
This will be interesting indeed,
because the pace of the Porsche is good, 200.0, and Mikla, let's see what he can do.
Okay, this is a repeat of Silverstone, and I don't know if I'm looking forward to this. Ajicek went wide at the 130R, and he overshot. He overshoots the chicane, and I think, yes, indeed, Parthenis takes the position. He's now P5, number 95 of Balkan Ajicek of Team Anatolia loses a place, and the BMW is 5th 3 BMWs in the top 5 now. And where's Hurdakis? He has the BMW in front of him of Miklea, but Miklea wants a top 10 finish.
I don't know whether Miklea is slower than Hurdakis at this point. I think his tires are quite fresh. The pace is there. The fastest lap is for the number 23 car. As we speak, let's see if Hurdakis catches up to Miklea or not, because it's not a given at this point in time.
Yes, does Hurdakis wants to get by Miklea? Let's see, the gap is 13. Oh, 15. Something happened to Simeon. He lost a second. I think he overshot the chicane. Let's see the lap times. 2 minutes 0.8 for Hurdakis. 2 minutes 1.3. He lost half a second on this lap. The gap's 15 seconds. Simeon, something happened there, because he was 1.1 seconds slower than his previous lap, Drago Simeon.
Yeah, Miklea 1 second faster than the leader, so we won't have that juicy fight, at least not for now. Yeah,
not for
that's
now.
That's for sure. Yeah, he's in the 159s.
Labro is fighting with Sartas P14, P15. And I had an update from the stewards regarding the incident that we saw with Mitropoulos earlier on. If it is not reported by any team, they do not examine. They only, according to the rules, they only examine incidents that are reported to them. So,
yeah, I think
to be honest, they were totally unaware when I asked.
Yeah, I think this is the correct way to do it from the stewards, because if they had to investigate every single thing, then they would have been now on lap 2 or 3. Or maybe I'm exaggerating. Miklea behind Opera for P10, goes on the inside and makes the move. The 23 is in the top 10 right now.
Once more.
Yes, and we should not forget the championship fight of the nations also, not the main one. We have 1, 2, 3, 4 Greek teams in the top 10. 1
Turkish and 4 Romanian.
Yes, you are correct.
As we speak, but things can always change from this situation to maybe another one. Opera is moving aside. Blue flags for leader Hurdakis there. He made the move on Opera easily, and now Miklea is starting to chase Ilias Siopis in P9, 6 seconds ahead, and then another 3 seconds to Alex Pomo. These targets are, I don't know, I think realistic for the number 23. More than that, I find it hard to imagine. Parthenis has moved past Aichicek, but they're still within a second. That battle has not been decided either. And there are a lot of other battles, like Sartas versus Lampro, as you were saying. And also Takurver in P14. I'd say that he has the pace. If he keeps it clean, he will be doing what Miklea is doing, which is moving up.
Very much indeed. The gap now is over 16 seconds. As I see it on the live timing chart, he lost 1.3 seconds, Simeon, in the last lap. I don't know if he's saving fuel. I don't think there is any reason to do so. Or maybe he's taking it easy and just wants to finish 1 hour until the race, 61 minutes. The car goes off the
what
track.
A battle there, with Sartas and Lampro. And this happens ahead of Simeon. Yeah, he's got 3 cars to lap, so again, more trouble for him, more opportunities for the gap to increase.
Yes, given the gap is closing to 20 seconds rather than 10 seconds, I think he wants to take it easy and avoid trouble. Lambro on the inside of the Audi of Sartas, turn 1, makes the overtake. P14 for the Elasim car. And Kokinis is closing in, as well as second place man Simeon. Now they have also Mamulaki 16 seconds behind them. Siopis is closing on Poama, very close. As is Miklea. Where is Takur? 2 minutes 1.9, not making any gains.
He is. He's closing on Givelli, who is closing on on Opera. So those gaps are shrinking as well.
Yes, Sopra is not having the best stint of his life right now.
And Stegus Kokinis is not really focusing on obeying blue flags as of now. He's more interested in catching that Audi ahead of him. Let's see whether he judges Dragos Simeon to be close enough to be worth the required overtake.
I think he's letting him by right now.
Yep.
Yes, he did. And
maybe he's gonna be in a position to profit when Dragos Simeon will attack the next car. Kokinis can stay close there and pounce and get that position easily. Now on the start-finish straight, he's not close enough, Kokinis, so Sartas can do it safely, can do that move and move aside, rejoin behind Simeon without risking to lose position to Kokinis. And the same thing is going to happen to Lampro, who edged a bit further behind, but Simeon will catch him too.
Battle for P11. Guvelli is attacking Oprea.
Oprea defends into Degner 1, but let's see if he goes deep.
Oh.
There's an attack in Degner 2, which is rejected, and Takur will arrive on the scene. It's been just a few moments since Mikla was surpassing Oprea, and now there are 10 seconds between Mikla and this battle. They are quite slow in here.
Yes, the McLaren is struggling. The last 2 laps were in the high 2-minute 3s. 2-minute 3.9. The last one, he lost 4 seconds compared to Mikla. Just in 1 lap. There is something wrong with this McLaren. Maybe they are nursing a gremlin, some sort of damage, aerodynamic damage. This is not the real. What is that? He went on the straight of track. That was interesting.
That was clearly. I'm looking at my mirrors and forgot where the line on the side is.
From the outside, the BMW, beautiful overtake. The McLaren tries to defend, but I think it's inevitable. Yes, he lost 2 positions in 2 corners. Oprea. And now we're gonna see the fight for 11th between Kuvelli and Takur, as Aichicek is now 0.7 behind Parthenis. Even though he lost the position, he did not give up and stayed with his rival, 12.3 seconds behind Juce, and they are gaining on him by 1 second a lap.
It's not enough. Juce is still in a good position to maintain that. Before I was looking at the rate, which he's being caught up by the cars behind him, by Parthenis and Aichicek, and it's still okay.
McKinnis went off at the exit of Dunlop, excuse me. So Juce has 11 more minutes.
Yes, Yes, that would be about it.
Minimum
11 plus a safety buff. Yeah. Just
11 minutes.
One more lap. I'm sure he's counting in seconds, not just minutes. On worn tires, it's not an easy ride, and it's not a comfortable ride either. It's a struggle. I'm just thinking. I think this two-stop strategy should be proven to be clearly faster, to be worth an evening of struggle, because at least the driver that accepts to take the hard task of making it work in that 80-minute long stint or with a splash and dash, either way on one set of tires, it's not going to be pleasant. It's not going to be the most exhilarating driving experience. So given the current state of this championship, where it's a friendly contest in the beginning, if I were a driver, I would opt against this strategy, just to be able to push as hard as I can and extract the maximum amount of I don't know, happiness into being in the car.
Takur is attacking Kuveli as is check on Parthenis. Lefteri, where would you like to focus?
I'm swapping the cameras all the time. Don't worry. Yes, I covered pretty much of the action today. I'm happy. I think I didn't miss a thing, and I actually managed to make the replay function work.
Very important. check now on the 130R. Will he try something on the brakes? And I do wonder if I'm check or Parthenis. I would very much like to attack now, not fight and lose time, because we are gaining on Yuce for P4. So I wouldn't like to waste time now before the last pit stop fighting with another driver. So yeah, it's not easy to do that.
Yuce's last lap time was a 2 minute 2 seconds 0.8.
Yes.
And if we're looking at Parthenis, he did a 201.2, and IGCheck did a 20.8.
Yeah.
So he gained the net 2 seconds on his fellow countryman.
Yep.
Basically, there's another 8, 9, 10 minutes probably of struggle for Yuce. The gap is about 10 seconds now. It's decreasing, and now if Parthenis and IGCheck are starting to fight directly, then they are only helping Yuce.
Yes, exactly that. Exactly my point.
Look, for the first time, it's below 10 seconds now between Yuce and Parthenis. I think even Parthenis should think whether it's not worth letting IGCheck pass and try to stay with him. I don't know. I really don't know what to do in this situation if I were Parthenis.
Even letting the 95 by costs them a lot of time. On the straights, the Ferrari can take and gain from the slipstream. So, I don't know. Let's wait for the final pit stop. Let's wait for the final pit stop of the race as the sun sets. 20 degrees is the track temperature. Very cool. Comparing... Oh, IGCheck changes his line, and he's clearly attacking the BMW. So, Team Anatolia and Game Space aren't listening to us, and they focus on fighting. The gap 9.7. So only 9/10. Parthenis was faster than Yuce on the last lap, and he's gaining most of the time on the first sector. In the first sector.
Yeah, there's the difficulty in getting the traction in. Yuce did a better lap, 2 minutes 2 seconds flat. Parthenis is defending now, so yeah, he only lost 9/10, less than a second here. And now there's a mistake by Parthenis, and IGCheck has moved past. Yeah, this is bad for Yuce, bad for Parthenis as well. Let's see if he can keep up with IGCheck. or Ajicek had a lot more in hand. It looks like he's streaking ahead now, this Ferrari, and he's now the main rival of Juce.
I don't know if there was contact. Was there contact between Ajicek and Parthenis? Because they were...
Wouldn't say so.
Okay.
Mikla is also right on the back of Siopis already.
And both of them are catching Puama 2 seconds ahead.
Yes.
So many battles brewing here. Hurdakis is almost 20 seconds ahead of Simeon and right behind Mikla. Delphin is 32 seconds behind Simeon, so there is no worry on that end. I really love the purple strip, the LED strip on the BMW, on the right hand side of the passenger door.
I will take that compliment personally, since it is my take on that car.
Now Mikla is setting up the overtake on the Siopis. She goes on the...
Hurdakis needs to be patient. They have lost this race, the Silverstone race, by being patient. They cannot afford to be again in a similar situation. This is not their fight. They should be really paying attention to what's happening around them. And now Mikla does what's required of him. He moves aside.
If they don't let them by, they will receive a penalty, correct?
If they are reported, I guess.
Yep.
Okay, look at Mikla, look at Mikla. Okay, this was what you wanted. Yeah.
This is how you do it, and you take advantage of the blue flags. And Siopis makes a mistake.
Exactly. And now they're rushing to catch Puamo and possibly Boltashu as well. Another 4 minutes until Juce can finally make his pit stop, and he still has a 9.4 second lead to Ajicek. Not a big inroad done by Ajicek ever since he moved past Parthenis. Okay, he's closing in, but not very good. I think a good tactic for Ajicek now would be to pit and try to undercut Juce. Do 2 or 3 laps on fresh rubber now, if he gets out in clean air, before Juce makes a stop.
I have to say, I'm impressed with Juce as Takur hits.
Oh, he's doing exactly what I'm saying. Ajicek is going into the pits. He will gain massively these 2 laps now, until Juce can pit. Parthenis should have responded here, but probably he'll cover at least 1 lap later. If he couldn't do it now, maybe next time around.
And what will Juce do? He has 2 minutes and 40 almost seconds.
Precisely.
So
2 more laps.
2 more laps. No mistakes. I have to say I'm impressed with Juce's last laps, because he didn't let the gap to go.
Oh, look,
under...
201.6. This is awesome from Juce.
Yes, he didn't let the gap go under 9 seconds, which may prove pivotal for the race. Triple fight, Oprea against Sartas against Kokinis.
Again, and Oprea gets towards the pits. Now he's out of his battle. Ajicek comes back on track. He knows the car. He's got fresh rubber now. He will race till the flag and show us his pace. Will he be able to say something about that fastest lap of the race? I don't know, but he can be in the 50 lines easily on new rubber. Where is Juce on track? He's in the last corner, so I think There's one more lap for him to do until he can safely pit. Maybe 2 laps if you really want to make sure that you're okay and not give Özkan any risks, any stress.
The leader now is right behind the 7th place man, Alex Puama for Digital Racing Squad, and Mikle is closing in on Puama, 2 seconds the gap. Between Takur is very close. He didn't go for the dive, the spoon curve. Parthenis did not respond to Ike's check.
So in the pits.
If they
Puama in the pits.
Okay.
Less stress for Kurdakis. No need for those blue flags to appear anymore. Nikiforos also in the pits, but yeah, he's a lot of laps down, unfortunately. So now it's the time for the final stops. Almost everyone is up for a short dash until the flag drops. Nobody left, in my opinion, that fuel saving stint till the end. Whoever tried to go for 2-stopper already did that hard phase. Yuce is not in the pits yet. Let's see if he joins in now or next time around. How much of a safety buffer he wants to take. 201 again for him. Again, a good lap time.
Very consistent.
Very consistent, and we'll keep an eye on Aichicek's lap time. Yuce is in the last chicane. Will he go in this time around? No. No. He wants to be sure that Özkan will not surpass 100 minutes. He was in after 55 minutes. You can't really risk it. You don't know where the leader is gonna be.
So 55 minutes.
I'd say this is the last lap of Yuce. This must be the last lap for him. Let's see Aichicek's first flyer. He's in the third sector, approaching spoon 1 now. At the end of the lap, I'll tell you. Parthenis in the meantime needs to respond. He's in the pits now. He'll be close to Aichicek. Let's see if he's ahead or behind. This one's gonna be close. It's Yanakopoulos in the Honda gets another drive-through. It's the second one. Takur had one. He's getting the second one. It's a disaster for this crew as well. Mikla in the pits, Tsiopis in the pits, almost everyone in the pits now.
The Honda, the 213, exiting the pits. A little bit too early was the pit limiter removed. So, what's that? It's Prokos. Where is Aichicek?
Aichicek did a 2-minute flat. Yep, that was close.
Prokos goes off the track. Off the track. Aichicek 2 minutes 0. Okay, so he took 2 seconds, 2.5 seconds from Yuce.
And now Yuce is gonna come. He must get in. He's got his safety buffer.
It's gonna be close.
What is he waiting for? Yeah,
yes.
He's in the last chicane. Let's see if he decides to pit. I'm sure he's had enough of running on used rubber. It's clearly time. No, he stays in for another lap. What is he doing?
What? Okay, this is very interesting. Labru is
now he's
right
losing time. He's basically losing himself time. He's got the buffer. I think it's enough, but let's just give it to them. Maybe their calculation is more precise than mine.
Maybe,
why not?
But if 45 minutes is 32 seconds of fuel time and air stake 30 seconds, then you don't need to add fuel more than 30 seconds.
Oh, clearly you can. No, you can go full tank in those 30 seconds. You don't care. you're changing tires, that's the limiting factor. You can take 1 liter or 120 liters of fuel. It will still take you the time of the tire change. So you don't really care about that. Only for splashes, when you're not changing tires, it matters. But when you're changing the drivers and the tires, you can refuel easily.
Okay. So Labro is pitting for the 59. Aston Martin. Ajicek is 3 seconds ahead of Prokos. He took this time around 1.8. It's gonna be very close between these drivers, Ajicek, Prokos and Juce.
Yeah, more than 4 seconds gained by Ajicek in these 2 laps. Out of those 9.4 seconds that were between him and Juce before Ajicek went towards the pit lane. So he will press on during this lap, and we'll see whether Juce comes in the last chicane. For the third time, he makes me check on him, and this time he's going in.
So last pit stop for Telex Racing.
A lot of time lost at the pit entry. He was braking very, very early there. This is not going to be a very, very fast pit stop right when they needed it, I would say.
Better safe than sorry, but they lost a lot of time. Maybe they stayed out for 1 more lap than they should. Giannakopoulos in the pits, serve his drive-through, and the leaders are
I'm expecting the leader as well anytime soon. He's coming in now.
Yes.
Hurdakis, as we speak, he has split his 80 minutes into 2 equal halves, which is again predictable.
Where is Ajicek? He's in the 130R. Oh, he's attacking 130R like a beast. Let's see.
He's gonna have some traffic ahead of him, and let's see whether the 37 is already moving. Yeah, Ozkan is out of the pits already. Of course, he's still ahead. Simeon gets into the pits as Hurdakis will be leaving that area anytime soon. So what's the difference now between the 37 and the 95? There are still 4 or 5 seconds there, thereabouts.
So 1 minute 3 total time for the 37 for Furkan Özcan. He's now driving the car. 1 minute 07 for Ajicek. So the 95 lost time in the pits. Simeon and Delphine is also in the pits. Second and third place man.
Victor Nicolai takes over from Simeon. Hurdakis remains in the leading car, and Delphinis should change, vacate his cockpit and leave it to his teammate as well. Ajicek doesn't have lap traffic ahead of him. He has Guvelli, who hasn't pitted yet.
Yes.
We are now also seeing Miklas run back up into the top 10 with Poimo nearby.
The gap has been halved. Under 4.5 seconds.
Yes, but now Özcan also has new tires, so he won't be losing any more time. It's going to be a direct comparison between Ajicek and Özcan, but Ajicek needs to get past Guvelli. Guvelli makes it very easy. He's not in this fight. He's still due a pit stop. Yes. He's the best placed car that hasn't pitted yet. Guvelli, when will he do it? I don't know. It's his call. But now we see the direct fight between Özcan and Ajicek, and the gap is 3.9. Whether Ajicek can reach Özcan, this is, I think, our final thing to clarify in the leading positions of this race.
26 seconds the gap between the leaders. 31 seconds the gap between Nikolai and Panagiotopoulos. And what a fight would have been with the 777 of Roadrunner if they didn't have the unfortunate incident at the exit of Tegner 2. Now they are fighting for P14. There are many groups of cars fighting for positions. Who hasn't done its last stop is Juvelli. Miklia has visited the pits 5 times. The 23 car, number 23.
2 of those were penalties, 3 of them were pit stops.
Yes.
It's very interesting to see Petsas and Sarantidis, the 2 Roadrunner cars. They have battled to finish P2 and P3 in Silverstone. They were ecstatic after the race, and for obvious reasons. And now they are so close to one another. This car that has started from the front row of the grid, Sarantidis, is now down to P15, as you said, and they are battling between themselves now for such a small amount of points. Okay, what Silverstone has gave them, Suzuka has taken away. So their wonderful positions in the overall standings are under threat now. I don't think they'll be leaving Suzuka in P2 and P3 overall when they will add up this meager amount of points at the end of this race.
Tell you who is impressing: Silvia Mikinet.
He's been impressive. He's been impressive in Silverstone, and he's doing it again.
Yeah, he just did his personal best time, 1:59.5. Not many cars have been under 2-minute mark.
Yeah, let's count this. So, the leading car, Omega Esports, has done a 59. Of course, Victor Nicolae, who held the fastest lap for a long amount of time, also did 59s. Other cars that did 59s, Apostol and Mikla in the 23, Mikinete in the 54, Siopis in the 923 Audi has managed to do a 59.9. Last time around, again, it's a very fast time. He can be catching up to Puamo. He has his sights full of that car. Sarantidis also in the 59s. And Yanakopoulos, another car that was in contention early on. These are all the cars that were capable of 59s. They are 4, 5, 6, 7 cars.
Greek-Turkish fight for P7 and P6 between in German cars with Juvelli and Prokos.
Yeah, but Juvelli should be.
He has to stop. Yeah.
Yeah. Everyone is counting on Juvelli's pit stop. So basically, Prokos has its sights on Aichicek. Juvelli made it easy for his fellow countryman, but is less convinced to give his position that easily to Prokos as well. He's not going towards the pit lane. He'll stay there, and I think he'll keep on defending there.
Aichicek is closing in on Osan.
Yep.
3 seconds the gap. He took 4/10 in the last lap. Even if he takes 1/10 or maybe 2/10 in every lap, he will catch the 37. Let's see. This will be a big fight towards the end of the race. Petsas is 1.4. Oh, they changed. They swapped places, the 2 Roadrunner cars.
Yep.
The beep car has overtaken the vroom vroom.
And they made those funny noises whilst overtaking, I hope.
I'm not sure it will be...
I remember doing old Assetto Corsa streams, and everyone, when they were waiting on the grid, they were beeping. They were using the horn, becoming quite annoying or funny in their head. So I'm well aware of that. I think in ACC this function doesn't exist anymore because we're not simulating street cars anymore as the old AC did.
Prokos attacking. Juvelli, I think Juvelli has to one more stop.
Yeah, by then, until he does it, he's the best assistant to IGG.
He was fighting earlier with the number 59 of Labru. Now Spiropoulos has taken the wheel. He's P2. Let's see. But I don't really know when was the last time the 83.
And it's coming back. It should be fine in a few seconds, I believe.
So Juvelli is 1 hour and 5 minutes into his stint. So he should be pitting in around 10 minutes. He has maybe.
They've been trying this strategy as well. He's trying to switch from 3 pit stops to just 2. Let's see if he needs to do a splash and dash or he manages to.
If he continues until the end of the race, it will be 9.
We have good news and bad news for you. The good news is that the race still goes on with no issue. The issues are just local for Lefteris.
Yes.
What you're seeing on stream is not reflected. You're basically switching on now to radio channel in which you can hear our voices, and we're gonna tell you a lot of crazy stuff going on the track, either real or not. The issues are just on his PC.
These are the same issues I had at the beginning of the stream. So, yes, I believe you can hear us. You don't
the stream
have vision,
be okay.
You only have sound.
The stream should be okay, I think. You will confirm with me in a few seconds.
Yeah, we'll see.
So, what's happening now? It's Prokos. He's right behind Juvelli. He's on his slipstream. The number the 555 BMW attacks the 83. Will he go on the inside? Yes, he goes on the inside. Turn 1, side by side. The 2 BMWs. The 83 goes off track, and the 555 goes by, and he makes the overtake clean as a whistle. Prokos into P6 as Aichicek now is closing rapidly on Oschan. Gap is under 2 seconds, and the fight is on. The fight for the best placed Turkish team in the race is on. 1.9 seconds. The gap. Aichicek took 8 tenths from Oschan in the last lap, and he's closing in and closing. Now the gap under 1.8, 1.7 now. Let's see what will happen.
There's enough time for Aichicek to make his move. 27 minutes until we reach the 3-hour mark in this race, and we are back live with moving images as well.
Yes, everything was
sound and vision.
Yeah. Sound and vision, live in Technicolor with the same situation ahead. Hurdakis has an easy race. Same can be said about the championship leaders, who will most definitely be happy with this 2nd place. It's another step in the right direction of defending the unexpected lead that they took away after Silverstone. Victor Nicolai and Dragos Simeon 22 seconds behind Hurdakis. No way they can fight. And for 3rd place, Panayotopoulos, I'm sure he's very, very happy to have this clean race with absolutely no stress from behind. Almost half a minute between P3 and P4 at the moment. So that 987 BMW can also celebrate wildly at the end of this race. A result that I'm sure they weren't really expecting. I'm sure it's more than what was realistically on the cards for that crew. But I can already congratulate them, even if, I don't know, disaster strikes now for them. It's been still very solid 2.5 hours from that BMW, I can say. For 4th place, we have this fight Ajicek needs to close down the final 2 seconds. He did the hardest part, and now he still has to do a little bit more closing, and then the critical overtake. Another position that's on the cards, I would say, is P10. Siopis is closing in on Alex Palmer, and Andrei Mikla is not very content with running in P9. He's been catching to Silvia Mikinete in these past few laps quite rapidly.
The gap is up now to 2 seconds. I'd say close time the past lap. Schiop is 2.5. Has he done a mistake? No. 2 seconds to Palmer for the last for 10th place.
Give you a hint for some camera work. There's been something interesting happening. Hurdakis' pace is not that great, and Andrei Mikla has been catching him up and is now really close to unlapping himself from the leader. Let's see what Hurdakis thinks about this. This has been a bit of a surprise to me. Guvelli is pitting now, so he'll be going back down in the area of the number 59, Mr. Martin, as you said.
How much will he stay?
Let's see.
Is he going to change tires?
I think Hurdakis do the sensible thing and let Mikla go past. Mikla becomes a bit impatient. This can impact the race for the win. I don't really think so.
Guvelli is...
Yeah, but what could have caused that? Could it be fuel management or tire wear for the Porsche?
I don't know. I think he's quite relaxed, looking at the gap, knowing that he doesn't need to take any risks now. They are not lapping slow. Very 59s, both of them. They are lapping very fast. It's just that Mikla is a little bit faster in the draft behind the Porsche. When they exited the pits, the gap was about 2 seconds between them. Mikla has closed in, and he's proving the fact that he would have had pace. Yeah, whoa,
that was scary.
Some stress for Hurdakis. You can't end the race without any bit of stress. That's why we love Simracing.
I was watching Guvelli, by the way, and he was stationary for 17 seconds, so he didn't change tires.
Yep.
And he is 8 seconds ahead of Spiropoulos, so they gained time, and they have 23 minutes to maintain the gap, or at least stay ahead of the 59. This is for P11.
So we have a fight for P11 between Guvelli on very worn tires and Spiropoulos. We have a fight for P9. We have a fight for P7, I would say, with Mikla closing in on Mikinete. Ajicek seems to be navigating with not a lot of progress lately. Did he push too much on those tires? Is he experiencing some major drop-off now? I don't know. Let's see.
Track temperature 19 degrees. I don't think this is high enough for huge degradation. But let's see. We have 22 minutes to go. Maybe Mikla is looking to close the gap to Mikinet, even though he took only 1/10 in the last lap. Mikinet is pushing and must push because the 23 is closing, and having to have the 23 with so many penalties closing in behind you is not a good sign.
Again, Mikinete, as you said, is doing a great race. That crew, that Wise Racing McLaren in P7, is the second one out of the Romanian contingent. So, as I was saying about the Greek cars, that it's a bit of a surprise to see the 987 BMW being the second fastest and the second best result from the 10 Greek cars. I would say the same about this McLaren of Wise Racing. You wouldn't count on them to be the second best car from the Romanian group. Here they are again, doing it as they did it in Silverstone.
I'd check 1.6. He's closing, he's pushing.
Spiropoulos is closing, Stiopis is closing, Mikla is closing, everyone is closing in these dying minutes of this race.
Prepare for the last 10 minutes to scream your lungs out. I can see it coming.
Let's see, at least 4 battles can be on the cards.
Ozcan is losing a lot of time behind the 51. A lot of time behind the 51 of Mistrianu. And now the gap is 1 second. I would very much like to get rid of the Mercedes as fast as possible. This wasn't very friendly from the Mercedes, and he makes way for the Ferrari almost immediately. Almost immediately.
He picks his favorite. I don't know if Mistrianu knows these guys from Turkey, but he clearly hindered one more than the other.
That wasn't on the plans of Ozcan. Him and his teammate Samet Yuce have done a wonderful race so far. Have fought brilliantly, and they have made their strategy work.
I see what you're doing there, Lefteris. You're keeping the camera on a solitary leader, just because there's a car right behind it that was in a debatable contact.
Siopis 1.6 from Poama, another battle brewing. Spiropoulos now 2 seconds ahead of Giuvelli. Everything is happening. Nikiforos closing in on Selvi. Sarantidis on Akar.
I think Giuvelli can lose not just 1 position until the end of the race, maybe 2 or 3 positions. Why not? Nikiforos has lost the place to Selvi, Indegner too, following him off. And here we are with Kurdakis being chased by Mikla, and he's not willing to just let Mikla pass and end this debate and let us focus on actual battle in the race. I think again there's some ambition there. I don't know why Kurdakis maintains that position, but anyway, it's his call.
I don't think he should let him by. I don't think the BMWs try and overtake.
I think the BMW will always try something if he's given the opportunity, and Kurdakis can stay like 5 seconds behind the BMW with ease, because the BMW will keep on pushing. He will not slow down and continue playing around because he wants to catch P7.
Yeah, there is no point for Kurdakis to push a lot now and risk anything.
I would, if I were Kurdakis, I would let him pass.
The Omega team must let the 23 by. They are 1 lap behind. So
well, it's the fact, I think, that Omega didn't manage to score any serious points in the first race, so they are chasing the leaders of the standings, and they're not willing to give any point. So I believe that they decided, okay, you will hold him there, so as he will never catch P7 and get less points. That's what I'm thinking.
Okay, but the leaders are not the 23. The leaders are the 19 car. The championship leaders. You don't care how many points the 23 does, who are in the same situation as Omega.
Yeah, but I can't remember how much.
They scored nothing. The 23 had 0 points. They were disqualified.
Okay, yes. Then I got confused with the Rapid. Yeah. Do they know it, or are they confused just like I was? I don't know.
I think they know very
well. They do.
So they are catching Mikinete together as of now. that's for sure.
Yes, Spiropoulos 0.3 behind, Giuvelli, Aichitech 0.9. This is it. Last 16 minutes.
So the first move that should be done is Spiropoulos.
Yes.
I'm expecting this should be
He
imminent.
concluded it now. He just did.
Are you sure?
Yep.
No, you're not on the right one.
No, that was Nikiforos. I'm terribly sorry. That was Nikiforos who did it.
Spiropoulos changes his line.
Wow, that was
He
interesting.
can't get by.
Not for now, not for now. In the meantime, Aichicek is now within a second to Ozkan. There's an issue for the 999 for Nikiforos in turn 1.
Oh, he did the
That's not-
overtake, yes, and now he ended up on the wall.
That's not very relevant in
It's
these
not
fights.
fine.
And this is Spiropoulos touching and
no!
spinning out Giuvelli. Okay, this was not clean, unfortunately. And Achar will be quickly there on the scene, closing in on Giuvelli. So the damage to Giuvelli's race is major because he will be quickly caught up by the pack. Achar, maybe Sarantides as well, who knows? There's still
I
time.
think Giuvelli should have left a little bit more space.
Again, it's the first time we're in that corner. I think
Yes.
you cannot make it with any advantage. You cannot hold a tight line on the inside. In there, the car behind always comes in very late. I don't think Giuvelli should have done anything different, but
Yeah.
we can differ in many incidents. We can have.
No, I agree with you. It's a difficult
different,
point.
irrelevant
Yeah.
opinions, since only the stewards count.
If you choose a different line, there is no grip there. It's a difficult spot to attempt something.
0.8, Akar 0.6 behind Giuvelli. I think as long as who was it? Spiropoulos got the run to Giuvelli. I think it was over. But the stewards will decide if there is a request for investigation. Ostsan is trying to keep Aichicek behind.
And now it's interesting with Mikla and Hordakis. They
Yes,
got some traffic there. That's Mikinete, and then Mikinete is catching Mistreanu. This is going to be very, very feisty around here. Everyone must obey blue flags. Mistreanu to Mikinete, Mikinete to Hordakis, and Mikla is there in a prime spot to pounce. Let's see what he's going to do. And when will Mikinete obey to the blue flags? He's not accustomed to a lot of blue flags. He's been doing a lot of sprint racing back home in Romania. He's one of the new figures, the new talents of our league. So maybe this is not the most familiar position to him. He's clearly got the speed, but now it's going to be difficult for him. Yeah, he wants to move past Mistreanu before stepping aside from Hordakis. Mistreanu does the best possible thing, and he moves aside to all three of them. Mikla is close enough now.
A car side by side with Giuvelli. There was a small contact at the exit of Spoon Curve. Now they are side by side as they are heading towards the 130R. Side by side still, and the BMW concedes the position. The Audi goes a little bit wide, but keeps 12th place. So, Hordakis.
He's caught in a sandwich now, Hordakis. But Mikinete must obey to the blue flags, and this is gonna happen anytime soon. Will it? No, not for now. What are they doing?
Oh, and the BMW goes. The BMW tried.
Okay, this is spicy. This is spicy.
This is very spicy. The number 6 and the number 23 had a huge crash at Silverstone 1 month ago.
What are the odds for a second one? I don't know. I don't want to go there, but
I very much hope that we won't see anything other than these cars get separated.
When will Mikinete obey to those blue flags? Because he's exaggerating now, I would say. More than a lap. We were in this situation the previous lap and he wasn't obeying.
Yes,
now he is. Now he is.
My.
Yeah, he's trying to hold Mikla.
It's clean, and there's a touch, there's contact. That was the definition of elbows out, I think. The definition of elbows out from the McLaren of Mikinet. Now Mikla from the outside. Let's see, heading towards turn 1. The BMW goes way late on the brakes. The McLaren stays ahead. There's a small nudge from the rear of the 720, but the rapid car, the number 23, is behind, still behind the 54 of Mikinet. 10 minutes to go.
And again, we are with the radio coverage because again I got disconnected from the server for some reason.
Okay, cars are flying nicely on the stream. I can assure you they are not flying in here. Andrei Mikla is still pushing on to try and salvage 7th place out of another I don't know, unfortunate race for this crew. On the inside in the hairpin, again Mikinete defends very, very well, and we're gonna get to the part that Sebastian Apostol was mastering in the early parts of this race. We're heading towards the spoon curve. As I said, Apostol made several moves, and now it's time for Mikla to force a mistake out of Mikinete. It's not coming. He's very precise into spoon 1. The same thing goes into spoon 2. Again, we see Mikla's specific driving style. Into the night, we can see him tapping the brakes several times into the corner just to stabilize the car. But the thing that's been labeled as unpredictable by somebody, it's his specific way. You can easily learn it, and then it becomes predictable.
How many points did the Omega team get from round 1?
2 points.
2 points. Okay, thank you.
With 30 now, they'll be up to 32. The championship leaders had 30, and now they'll get another 24.
Again from the outside, Mikla.
No. Mikinete is still there. He's holding it beautifully.
He's squeezing him.
Yeah, that was beautiful. Once more. What a move. I think now we have a star in the making here with Mikinete.
Amazing driving from both of them. Clean racing, as it should be.
Okay, but from Mikla you would expect. He's been racing SRO. Sarantidis gets a drive-through to compel misery to that crew. He was on the verge of attacking Givelli.
Yeah,
now everything is being thrown to the bin. Even less points for the team that did so well in the first round. Coming back here, okay, Mikla is a known quantity. Everybody is expecting a certain speed and a certain approach from him. But Mikinete, nobody knew him until last summer of 2022 in our league. And ever since, he's been absolutely spectacular and racing from one race to the other.
So what we have here, 20 seconds the gap between Hurdakis and Nikolai. The lead, Panagiotakopoulos is now 45 seconds behind Nikolai, as Mikla is again trying to overtake the McLaren of Mikinet. Let's see if he goes wide.
So the leader has lapped all cars up until P6. Might be catching P6 or not at the end of this race. Mikinete makes a mistake there.
Huge mistake picking it. And now he's behind Nikla.
Oh, what a lovely battle there. I can't see Mikinetti responding now, but this has been a joy to watch. In the meantime, Siopis has not caught up to Puamo. Puamo has a good
he extended his lead.
phase. Yeah, he's extending his lead from 2 seconds to 3.5 now. And also Aichicek, this bomb has been defused as well. So out of the 4 battles that we had, 2 of them amounted to an overtake. In the end, 2 of them didn't, but it's still a lovely finish.
Okay, Ozcan did not overtake the McLaren at the spoon. He's losing more and more time. He had to compromise his exit from spoon. The McLaren will... He lets by the Aston Martin and the Ferrari, but the gap now is 0.6. For the first time, the gap is 0.5 now. Now this is Aichicek's opportunity.
Okay, so we're not done with this battle.
No, we are not. Aichicek smells more points.
Let's just remember, at the end of the first race, we were surprised to see some cars getting it wrong, the strategy, and pitting in the final lap, just to avoid being disqualified or stuff like that. Let's see if everyone learned their lesson in this race. It's again a race that's completely dry. A race where you only need to learn your strategies well if you didn't do it well from day one. But next time around, in 4 weeks' time, we'll be in Kyalami, and I've heard, I don't know, I have some contacts with the weather services in South Africa. I've heard that it might rain in there.
I think Saradidis disconnected from the server. And that gives a lot of positions to the guys who were behind him right now.
Yeah, even Yanakopoulos does a good thing. We will analyze how many laps will he be classified behind the eventual winner. He's staying in the server. He might pick up points there. Yeah. It's important to be in the top 8 cars from each country, even by just being last in this race. You will contribute to the total amount of your country. We have 18 drivers now. I'll try to make a calculation how many of each country we still have. We're starting with the Greeks. It's going to be the easiest thing. 3, 5, 6, 7 Greek cars remaining. So if Sarantidis rejoins the server, it would be good for the Greek contingent. You can tell him that. He'll still pick up some points.
Aichicek is closing. These are the 2 best placed Turkish teams. Number 37 and number 95 for 4th and 5th place.
He only has 2 minutes and 30 seconds to try to gain this position.
Laps. He has 2 laps. The leader is now on lap 87. Next lap will be the last one. Oh, he's closing a lot. The gap opens up at the Dunlop curve. Degner 1 and now Degner 2 for Aichicek and Ozcan. I have to admit, this is the first time I'm seeing Suzuka by night, and it's as impressive as it is during the day.
True. Oh, no, don't tell me that I lost connection again to the server. And I don't know why that is happening, because in the stream everything seems to be working fine. I mean, on the OBS actually. but I don't know why the server keeps on kicking me out. I'm not even driving.
The server gods aren't with you, Lefteris, tonight.
Yeah.
Isaac is half a second behind. Oh, Isaac, he's pushing. He's pushing a lot with the limits of the track. He cannot get very close to the Aston Martin.
2 more laps for him.
Yes.
Somewhere behind him, Hurdakis will be starting the last lap of the race. He's in the final sector, approaching the chicane. So it's obvious that Hurdakis has 1 more lap to do. Was Aichicek and Ozkan can still fight for this lap and the one afterwards. They will not be left. Yeah.
Mikinet, by the way, is still 0.4 behind McLeod.
Yeah, he hasn't dropped it.
Final lap for Hurdakis. Oh, Ozcan made a mistake. Aichicek is closing. He's right behind him now.
What a fight. What a fight.
Amazing. Amazing from both of them. Both of these teams made an amazing race. Great strategies.
So, Hurdakis and Victor Nicolai are already in the last lap of the race. But here in this fight for P4, we still have a lap and a half, and we really don't want it to end. Like Aichicek, we want it to continue. Ozkan would love to see the checkered flag as soon as possible. He still needs to defend. He's now safe from the attack here in the spoon curve, but will it be just as safe in 130R or in the chicane? We're about to see that.
He's not very close. Aichicek to Ozcan.
Micinete is closer to Mikla.
0.3. But they are behind the leader, so there is 1 more chance.
Exactly.
For Mikinet.
Hurdakis is almost home, I would say. We see Constantin going slowly there. He doesn't want to do any extra lap. He's waiting for Hurdakis and then he will accelerate. He's going offline. He wants to finish this race. Hurdakis in the last chicane. And the victory that has eluded them in Silverstone is now in the trophy cabinet for Omega Esports. They are winning at Suzuka after 3 hours. Aris Mitropoulos with his new teammate Yanis Hurdakis win this race in front of the championship leaders, who are Victor Nicolae and Dragos Simeon still for Rapid Bucharest, the home team. The battle between Mikla and Mikinete ends this way, with Mikla ahead of Silvia and Mikinete, and it's been a lovely one, as we said. And props again for the 3rd placed car. A lovely race for them as well.
George Panagiotakopoulos is now heading towards the 130R for Missed Apex Sim. Somewhere on track, Aichicek has lost the fight with Ozcan. He has made a mistake. So Panagiotakopoulos is on the last chicane. He's exiting now the last corner. He will come on to the start-finish line, and he will finish the race for Missed Apex Sim in 3rd, the 987 BMW. Now it's time for Ozcan, the Tenax Racing Aston Martin, finishing P4 ahead of Balkan Aichicek. Furkan Ozcan, together with his teammate Samet Yucetek, P4, the best Turkish team of the night. Aichicek comes home in P5 for the Ferrari, and 4 different cars in the first 5 positions of the race. 1 Porsche, 2 BMWs, 1 Aston Martin and 1 Ferrari. Petros Prokos for game space in P6. Miklia 7th, Mikinet 8th, 9th Palma, Siopis in 10th place. Lefteri, is everything okay?
Yes, yes, it just decided to kick me out of the server 3 times for no reason, but okay.
Nothing happens for no reason. I'm sure. You're paying your dues for something you don't know about.
Yeah. And I will never learn. It's okay.
Anyway, this has been a very interesting race, just like the first one. Again, we had some familiar figures up front, some others that continued to struggle. Again, not a lot of points for the rapid away team of Seb Apostol and Andrei Mikla this time around either. We have victory for Omega Esports. They need more of that, but it's not enough if Victor Nicolae and Dragos Simeon will keep on finishing right behind them in P2 or P3. In the upcoming races, they cannot catch them because the calendar is so short. But if you're enjoying this championship, our intent is to have a lengthier calendar in a couple of months. So if this concept proves to be a success, it's obviously going to be extended. It's obviously going to keep on growing. This is our clear intent at the moment. So the night that's set on Suzuka, 89 laps have been completed in here, and now we're starting to make room here in the commentary booth for some of our podium finishers as well.
So we have Panagiotokopoulos with us, I believe, and we're missing Hurdakis and Victor, right?
We're waiting for the drivers for the press conference for round 2 of the Balkan GT Challenge of F1 action. We saw an amazing race at Suzuka, 3 hours with Hurdakis and Mitropoulos for Omega team winning by the margin. 19.5 seconds was the gap to Nicolae and Simeon. And third were Panagiotokopoulos and Delphinis. We're waiting for the podium to come in the commentary booth so we can make the take the interviews from the drivers.
I think we have Hurdakis with us as well, and we have Dragos Simeon.
Hello.
Hello, Dragos.
One by one, the drivers are arriving.
And,
do we have the...
I think we're missing Harris only.
He might not make it, so...
Okay. Okay, then you can begin, guys. You can begin with interviewing the winners of Suzuka and carry on. So, Stathis or Alex, go ahead, please.
That was a very intense race for Omega team. You managed to take the victory after a poor performance at Silverstone, or maybe an unlucky performance at Silverstone. The pace was there from start to finish. Talk to us about your experience tonight at Suzuka.
Good evening, everyone. Congratulations to all the guys that are today. About the qual, it was not a great lap, but it was not good for the other teams as well. So yeah, I'm very happy with the pole. Then for me, it was kind of a lonely race because Harris did a very good job and to make a gap in the first 16s. And I just had to bring it home in the end. I mean, it was kind of lonely, not easy, but lonely, yeah. But yeah, very happy with the result overall.
were you managing the gap from the rapid car throughout the whole race? Were you was there a point that you didn't know what will happen in the race, especially with the fuel and tire strategy?
No, I mean, as I said, Harris had created a very solid gap. So I think we were kind of pretty sure that if we didn't make a mistake, it was kind of a comfortable win, I would say.
During the last stint, we saw behind you the number 23, the other car from the other BMW of Rapid. Was there any point that you were worried that something might happen?
No, not really. I wouldn't say no.
Okay, this was a definite question. So, congratulations on your win. But I would like to ask you: are you thinking now about wins or maybe the championship down the line? It's a huge gap to close with 2 races to go. But is the championship on the cards?
I mean, this is just a one-off event for me, so I'm not sure how the points are for the teams currently. But why not? I mean, everything can happen in the next few races, so yeah.
Alex?
Yeah, judging by the calculations, it only takes one bad result for any of the teams to be in a very good or very bad situation. This has been, quite a dominant performance from your side. I'm curious, we were wondering in the beginning of the race. How did the dynamic change with this Balkan series between the Greek teams, the degree of collaboration between teams that are otherwise rivals in their country league? Let's say we had a front row of 2 Greek drivers driving the same car. You were on pole position and another a Porsche car alongside. Did you collaborate with them in preparation for this race or with the other Greek cars?
Me personally, no, but I think Harris did actually. They share some setups and their opinions about the stints and stuff like that. But me personally, no.
And finally, since it's your first presence in these championships, you haven't been into Silverstone, I wanted to ask you as well, what do you think about the format of these races, about the strategies that you can employ? Do you like this format? Do you see that there's room for an improvement, or do you find it challenging as it is?
Yeah, definitely. I think it's very interesting. The only bad thing for Porsche is that it can't really do pit stops in any track, I think, because of the fuel consumption. It's just, it's fixed. I mean, the strategy is fixed. But for other cars, I mean, it can be a surprise sometimes, the strategy. So yeah, very cool.
Thanks a lot. Let's move on to the second placed car. Okay, this is the car that I'm familiar with this time around. It's the car of Victor Nicolae and Dragoș Simion. Maybe an unexpected victory at Silverstone. We're gonna leave this aside. It's already 2 months since you crossed the line first there in the UK. Now it's been a bit more difficult, especially in qualifying. We've been talking here in the commentary booth ahead of the start of qualifying that BMW on paper could be the favorite for this track. Was that the case? Are you able to extract more in qualifying trim to put you in a better position in the opening stint, or was that all you could extract from a BMW in quali trim?
No, definitely the BMW is one of the best cars here at Suzuka. We've known for a long time that the BMW is not actually a great qualifying car. Its advantages shine through in longer stints with its lower fuel consumption, slower tire wear. It's a great balance over an entire stint. And I think, yeah, that's what we saw today. Plus, we didn't really extract everything we could out of the car. This is season 0. It's a test season for us. We gladly participate in this series to test everything, to see if the format is good for us, for our organizations. But we don't practice huge lot. We barely put a few laps before this race. And I think you could see that because both me and Dragosh kind of progressed throughout the race.
Given the situation of this championship and the format of these races that you were saying, how come you didn't go for a two-stopper at Suzuka? Was it possible? We've seen other teams struggling to make it work. We've seen a lot of teams that were suffering. Only in an Aston Martin, I've seen it done quite flawlessly. The two-stopper. Were there any moments for this strategy to be even considered for you guys in the BMW?
We did some rough calculations before starting to practice for this race, and we very soon found out that actually to stop requires you to fuel save quite a lot, and that will make you slower overall.
I'd like to pass on the word to Dragos. A very successful few days for you, and especially today, qualifying for the IUEM Z Challenger for the Hong Kong finals. Early on today, I think you would echo Victor's thoughts about not having a lot of time to prepare this race. Can you be happy with this result?
Yeah, to be honest, I'm happy we managed the gap in front. To be honest, for me, that was the main objective for this race, not to make huge mistakes, because we did knew that we hadn't enough time for practice. For me, especially, imagine that. To be honest, I didn't expect to be in the final at that competition today, and I did only 4 laps before I entered the car for my stint, and I knew that the pace will not be there, but try to keep it on the track. Try to not take any drive-throughs or make any mistakes in order to have a a nice gap in front in the championship.
How many warnings at the end of the 3-hour race for your car?
After my first stint, we were already with free warnings, and we had to be very careful with everything.
Stathis, if you want to add something, or Victor, sorry.
Yeah, sorry to intervene. We had 3 warnings, but that didn't really matter for us, because towards the end of the race, we got into a groove with the car. The biggest part of the time gap we've had to our race winners, we know where it comes from. It's from actually from the pit box placement, because right where we had our pit box, the pit lane is really uneven. You know, it looks like a Romanian highway.
Yeah, we saw your car drop at the first pit stop.
That was it.
At each pit stop, we lost at least 4 seconds because of that. And like you said, the first pit stop, we lost even more than that. So we know that around 13 to 14 seconds out of that 20 that separated us from the race win came solely from the pit box placement. And yeah, this is very frustrating for me. In recent weeks, I've only had issues with this game. It seems like it doesn't get much love from its developers, and it's things like this that make me think, yeah, there's quite some room for improvement.
What I would like to ask you guys, both of you, is that if you decided not to attack in the second part of the race, given the gap you had to P1, was that the strategy, just to finish the race and see what comes next, or you were considering going for the win all the time throughout the duration of the 3 hours?
No. During the last stint, it was clear for us that we could only recover that huge time gap only with some big mistake from the front runners. So no, we didn't think of the win at that point. It was before that we were trying to push and reduce the gap. Unfortunately, we couldn't do that. So the final stint was, just managing the gap, especially behind, because we were on 3 warnings, and if eventually we got the cut, we wouldn't want to lose the second position. I also tried to go for the fastest lap, but I missed it by like 7,000 from my colleague Mikla. So that was everything we tried to do in the last stint. Just go for the fastest lap in the first few laps where the tires are fresh, and then simply manage the gaps.
I don't have any more questions. I don't know if about you, Lefteri.
No, you can move on.
Guys, thank you very much and congratulations for second place and the first race in the championship with 2 rounds to go for the Balkan GT Challenge of F1 action. We move on now to the third place team. Where's my mouse? To Panagiotis Delphinis and Yoros Panagiotakopoulos. Guys, congratulations. Third place with the BMW, a very strong car for Suzuka. You did everything perfect. And you didn't have many battles, if I'm correct, right?
First and foremost, congratulations to Yannis and Haris for the win, very well deserved. Also to Victor and Dragon, they were miles ahead of us. Yeah, to be honest, other than the start, I think we qualified fairly well for our performance. Other than that, I think the rest of the stints were very lonely. So we're just managing our pace. We were slightly worried about other guys that might do the stop less. Apparently that didn't happen. So we had a good pace, both me and Panagiotis, and the results here.
To be honest, we didn't.
Or the Hondas will be really strong there. So we're trying to do the best and be as fast as we can.
Make sure you have dressed the cat in the racing suit for the next race. And you will win 200%, not even 100%, 200%.
I will. Thank you.
Alex?
Yeah, no, nothing more to add. Just congratulations for this wonderful result. You have been the pleasant surprise of this race, and here's to many more.
Thank you very much. Appreciate it.
So, Lefteris.
No, nothing.
We heard?
Yes, nothing else from my side. So you can conclude, because I'm still facing issues with the internet. The stream dropped, so we missed a lot of the interviews that you did with Mr. Apex. So you can say your good nights or your conclusions from this event, from the second race, and yeah.
Suzuka was a very interesting race. I have to admit, it was a very enjoyable race. We saw many fights, we saw interesting strategies, we saw surprising results. I think all of us enjoyed the race, and I really look forward to the next one at Kyalami in 4 weeks' time, April 8th, Saturday, April 8th, 7:30 Greek time, 8:30 Turkish time for round 3, and the last race is on May 6th at the Nürburgring. So the championship is on. Nothing is over. Of course, we all know that. Anything can change. And the weather insiders told Alex it might rain at South Africa, which will spice things up. So we do not want to miss any, not even a second of action at Kyalami. And I'm pretty sure we will see a great race.
Thank you, Stathis. Alex, your conclusion from Suzuka, and what do you think we should expect for the last two races?
I think it's going to be very interesting to see the upcoming races. We're going to Kyalami. That's a race that's in most of the important calendars, especially the drivers that are active on the international front from all three countries involved will most definitely have an edge there, just because they have tons and tons of kilometers spent on the South African track. We'll see about that. I look forward to see some wet running as well, some unpredictability, and of course very good driving standards, I would say. Once more, it's been lovely to see a different winner. Will we have a third different winner in South Africa? Join us in 4 weeks' time. We'll be here to tell the story of it. Up until then, keep close to Simracing in all of your countries. Support the best drivers out of your countries and the neighboring countries. If you have new favorites based on the Balkan GT Challenge, we're more than happy to present you more than what you already knew from your domestic leagues. This is the month of March. It's going to be a busy month in SRO Esports, which is the pinnacle of ACC competition. I've seen drivers representing all these three nations trying to qualify for sprint series, endurance series, and other very important competitions. Follow them on social media. They rely on your support, and together we're going to keep on growing sim racing in the region.
Thank you, Alex. Thank you, Stathi. Thank you, both of you, for the coverage tonight. I would like to apologize for some minor technical issues that we faced with the internet during the broadcast, but it happens. This was the second round of the Balkan GT Challenge. It's a mini-series, but it definitely shows that there is zero margin for errors, because there are a lot of points that you throw away, and that makes it even more challenging towards the end. 2 more races to go. Don't forget, you can find everything about the Balkan GT Challenge on the SimGrid. You can follow the league there and see all the news, all the results, and all the statistics for all the drivers. And we will see you on April 8th for round 3 at Kyalami. Thank you all for staying with us during this nearly 4 hours live broadcast, and we will see you again. Good night.